Urgent. My sister's YouTube channel at Renawatif has been hacked. Please be aware of any strange or unusual content posted on her channel as it is no longer under her control. We urge you to subscribe to her new channel, Rena Fiction, to avoid any confusion or misinformation. Thank you for your understanding and support during this difficult time. Hello to all lovers of lemon scenes. I invite you all to my boosty so you can watch your favorite Naruto What If stories in complete comfort. A subscription to Naruto Lemon costs $1.04. The first video with a full lemon is already on my boosty channel. Dare! Hello to all lovers of lemon scenes. I invite you all to my boosty so you can watch your favorite Naruto What If stories in complete comfort. A subscription to Naruto Lemon costs $1.04. The first video with a full lemon is already on my boosty channel. Dare! Sasuke, Naruto, shinobi with destructive techniques in their hands were inexorably rushing towards each other. The distance was getting smaller. There were only a few seconds left before the collision, and nothing could change that explosion, unbearable roar, emptiness. Naruto barely opened his right eye, and the left one seems to be swollen. Feeling a pain in his head, he hissed softly and tried to move somehow. Uzumaki did not feel one hand at all, and waves of incomprehensible dull pain went through the other, reverberating throughout his body. Once again, somehow moving his moving limbs and letting out air with a whistle through his closed teeth, he abandoned this disastrous and rather unpleasant business. It seems, I'm dying, Naruto inarticulately squeezed out of himself, barely moving his jaws, into which one jerk notably drove. At least thank you for not breaking it, or there will be nothing to thank him for before he dies. How dramatic it is to leave this world like this, Uchiha sarcastically remarked, barely managing to twitch the corner of his mouth in a grin, which, however, there was no one to appreciate. Speak for yourself, topic. I didn't speak for you anyway, he retorted and also hissed. Naruto could not turn in his direction, his neck hurt, his head seemed to be pierced by something, so he did not risk it. While Uzumaki was lying, thoughts began to creep into his head that he, the hero of the 5 nations, who smashed all the villains of this world to smithereens and at the same time remained unharmed, would simply die of blood loss after a battle with his best friend. No, Naruto didn't consider himself a big shot, but nevertheless it was somehow insulting. I don't want to die like this. Look for advantages in this. Are you an idiot? Look here. You will no longer have to save Konoha from ill-wishers, endure bullying, relive all that you have already endured. Uchiha, you're cool to calm down. My services are far from free. What do you think I should pay you now? Sasuke considered the question rhetorical and decided not to answer it. Uchiha mentally came to the conclusion that he had lost to him in this battle. Even though they were in the same situation, unable to move and bleeding, the brunette admitted defeat. Because he was able to convince him, to change his outlook on life in an instant. The guy grinned again, only this dope can do that, no one can compare with him in this case. And now Sasuke felt that he had missed a lot from his life. I missed my team, my brother, my only friend. And why did he realize it so late? Hey, Naruto, silence. Sasuke called again, but Uzumaki didn't answer. He didn't have time to really get scared for this dope, as a dark veil closed his eyes and he fell into such a native emptiness recently. Naruto. 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 From this loud voice and a rather strong shake, Uzumaki opened his eyes and squinted a little from the too bright light. Seeing a huge red furry muzzle in front of him, he instantly came to his senses and abruptly assumed a sitting position. My head was spinning, and nausea rolled up to my throat, which Naruto, closing his eyes, swallowed. Having felt a solid and, fortunately, no longer moving surface under him, Uzumaki noted that his body does not ache, his head does not hurt, and in general everything is fine, if compared with his state of health some time ago. It seemed as if he had just woken up from a rather long sleep, and everything that had happened before, the Fourth War, Madara, Tail, Kagaya, the battle with Sasuke, was just what he had dreamed. Kurama, what's going on? The guy looked around. There was a green clearing around, very similar to a training ground. An alarmed fox was staring at him with all his eyes, so Naruto decided to examine himself just in case. Noting that his clothes had changed and he had become much shorter, he turned his gaze to Kurama, as if asking them what the hell was going on here. You're dead. Sakura and Kakashi found you too late. And then suddenly they began to fly apart, as if they were made of small pieces of paper. I moved into you to understand what was going on, but inside everything was as usual. And when he came out again, we were here. And for some reason, you've grown a little younger. And Sasuke, and what about Sasuke? There she is. Kurama waved his hand behind Naruto's back. Oh, she? Uzumaki hiccuped and turned around. Quite far away from him was a girl with long black hair, dressed just like Sasuke, in a white shirt with the invariable Uchiha coat of arms, a purple skirt tied with a rope and blue pants. Yes, she is. Is it Sasuke or something? Well, yes. The fox barked, glaring at his Jinchuriki with displeasure. Kami-sama, what is going on? Naruto groaned and with grief in half rose to his buzzing legs, not feeling in them any more that ache and stabbing pain in his head. His clothes were of some dark, unusual colors: black pants, a black jacket, a gray t-shirt. Quite a strange style for Naruto himself. He mentally promised to change into something brighter as soon as he figured out what was going on around him. Just when Uzumaki was about to shake Sasuke to wake him up, she stirred herself and turned over on her back, covering her eyes with her hands. After blinking and getting used to the blinding light, she looked at Kurama, and then at Naruto, whom she did not notice at first. Sasuke frowned, noticing that Uzumaki was shaking for some reason, and his face was somehow unnaturally crooked, and then, after looking at him and turning over on her stomach again, she laughed, just like that same guy Sasuke. And Naruto was shaking not from surprise, but from laughter bursting from within. Just think. This is a real, damn, real topic. The girl, Dobe, have you seen yourself at all? Why are you so small? Uchiha had already stopped laughing, but Naruto was laughing like never before in his life. It seemed that nothing would stop him, but Kurama's pretty slap on the head quickly brought the guy back to normal. Uzumaki hiccuped again and looked seriously at his old comrade. So. But this is far from funny. Are we in paradise or something? Why is it so funny to me? Uchiha's voice was much softer and thinner than the one Naruto remembered. Sasuke, heaven is not shining for you. So dream on. Our hell is just going on. Naruto shook his head like a wise old man. And with his baby face, it looked even more comical. Sasuke examined him completely and arched an eyebrow. Sensing that something was definitely wrong on her head, she ran her hand through her long, thick hair. Then again. One more time. And finally, he stared at them in disbelief. Sasuke, in from here. Naruto grabbed his chest. She frowned and repeated his actions. I cuddled a little, but still didn't get the hint. Uzumaki slapped his forehead and pointedly pointed to his groin. What are you implying, asshole? She asked and touched her groin. And suddenly I realized that it was empty. The pupils widened sharply. In confusion, Sasuke jumped to her feet and again felt herself everywhere she could. Then she turned away, looked in her pants and, specifically fucked up. Naruto sustained a mourning pause under her confused look and burst out laughing again. Uzumaki laughed nobly, wiping his protruding tears with his hand and sometimes hiccuping from zeal. But Uchiha was far from laughing. It was the 5th time she had looked into her pants and could not believe what she saw there, or rather, she did not see at all. According to my assumptions, we got into your bodies, into one of the existing realities, where you are still 14 years old. Everything flows differently here, even though the worlds are identical at first glance. It seems that Sasuke was a girl here, so there was such a, incident, Kurama began to explain, hoping that Uchiha would not blow everything to hell here as soon as he understood everything, but she diligently did not understand what the fox was saying. It seems it's time to panic, Sasuke. Kurama turned to her. Let's not complicate everything. Please accept it. You could have both died there, but fate gave you a chance to fix everything. Start over. I understand that it will be difficult for you to accept this, but it is necessary. This is the only way we can sort everything out and, perhaps, return back. Yes, what's there? The Uchiha responded venomously, turning away again and looking into her pants. With whom it does not happen, to get into another world, to become a girl. It's a no-brainer. Yes, Kyubi no Yoko, Kurama chuckled, but he was in no hurry to answer this question. He is generally here, as it turned out, the extreme. If the Nine Tails hadn't thought of going back to Naruto, then he would still be where Naruto is no longer. From this thought, the fox's fur stood on end, and he urgently drove these thoughts away from himself. In fact, Kurama is even glad that everything turned out that way. Some time ago, looking at the lifeless body of his Jinchuriki, the fox was ready to tear and throw, and even worse, to cry. Considering even the fact that he can't cry. And now, sitting like this next to a disgruntled blonde, he just couldn't believe his luck. Of course, Kurama knew how tenacious he was, and these are far from empty words. But so much. The fox would have killed him for joy, if not for such a bad situation. And Naruto sat, surprisingly, quietly. He didn't even move, frowning and thinking deeply about something. It seemed that he was annoyed by what was happening and at the same time did not quite understand what was going on at all. Maybe it's still a dream, or maybe he died a long time ago and these are the illusions of his dying consciousness. But what is it? When will everyone realize that I'm tired of this? Then the Madara pains, then parallel worlds. Maybe I should be thrown somewhere else? It's so simple, throw Naruto Uzumaki there, he will save everyone there, and you will have peace and grace. Naruto. That's it, Kurama, now we're playing by my rules. Naruto blurted out angrily and, getting to his feet, looked resolutely at the fox, then turned his gaze to Sasuke. However, the answer to him was undisguised skepticism on their part. And Uchiha even asked with one glance if he had hit his head during their small flight. So, let's think logically. No one has ever doubted that Uchiha Sasuke does not know how to panic. Completely. But to keep myself in hand in such a situation. Naruto even envied her restraint a little and also thought about what they would do in the circumstances, but no bright thoughts visited his head. That's quite. Especially when Sasuke is sitting next to me. The reason is not that he is sitting, and not that he is nearby. Hell, she is. The reason is that Naruto has long ago thrown into the trash the idea that with Uchiha you can really just sit side by side and be silent, because it was impossible to talk. It's like a habit that has been stuck in the brain since the very acquaintance. By definition there is nothing to talk about with Uchiha. Initially, they just understood each other, because they faced similar problems in life. But then their paths diverged. They decided so themselves. And now here it is again, this damn Uchiha won't even let you die in peace. I suggest we carefully find out the situation. Understand what is happening around. And it is advisable not to stand out and behave as if absolutely nothing happened. Kurama stated his thought. How should we behave if we don't even know what we were like in this reality? Sasuke asked skeptically, looking rather unfriendly at the fox, who, for some reason, was much smaller than he should be. We need to find out how they treat us here, how we treat them, and in general, what exactly is happening here. And whether there is a chance to return. I don't think it's possible to return. Naruto. Kurama interrupted his thoughts. You are no longer there. You're dead. But these are, of course, only my assumptions. There is no need to put forward hypotheses here. I'm definitely going to come back, no matter what it costs me, Sasuke said coldly, frowning at the fox. If Uchiha had activated Mangekyo, Naruto is ready to swear, Kurama would have been burning with the black flame of Amaterasu for a long time. Kyubi had a very negative attitude towards the so-called best friend of his Jinchuriki, and the blonde knew this like no one else, so he cleared his throat in order to somehow defuse the situation and distract these two from each other. Let's go to the village. If these worlds are a bit similar, then most likely we are at training grounds. And to the village there, Naruto waved his hand aside and noticed with satisfaction that Sasuke and Kurama nodded in agreement. Come on, Ku, go back to your rightful place. When did such a pathetic vessel like you start commanding me? In his manner, smiling slyly, the fox asked, to which Naruto snorted and shook his head, would you please, stop exchanging pleasantries. We've got bigger problems here, in case you haven't noticed. Uchiha said sternly. Naruto just chuckled. Even in another incarnation, Uchiha did not change himself in any way. I wonder how difficult it will be for him to fit into the role of a 14-year-old kunoichi, psychologically being an adult 17-year-old accomplished shinobi of the highest rank. Kurama returned to Naruto without delay, and the latter, together with Uchiha, rushed to the village. Maneuvering between the trees, they also managed to exchange a couple of sarcastic phrases. This mainly concerned their appearance. Naruto from time to time reduced everything to the fact that Sasuke was now a girl, and she, not at all embarrassed, informed him that he was short. Indeed, Uzumaki, even with his hair, was a little shorter than Uchiha. Well, nothing. It will still grow. With the same success, they quickly crossed an empty clearing and began to approach crowded places. And with every step it became uncomfortable. What to do? What to say? How should they behave at all? If Naruto was panicking more and more by the minute, then Sasuke quickly coped with herself and walked past the shinobi standing at the shop with her head held high. As Naruto understood, Uchiha is not going to pretend to be a girl at all. Tell this impudent man that the slightest suspicion about you can attract irreparable consequences. Until we find a way out of this situation, you will still have to pretend to be someone you are not, Kurama raged inside Naruto. Uzumaki let out a nervous laugh and told Sasuke everything he had heard firsthand. However, I slightly corrected his speech in order to avoid a quarrel. I'm not going to play the girl. So tell your lodger. The girl spat out sarcastically and measured Naruto with a pejorative look. The blonde man shrugged his shoulders. You heard it yourself, Ku. Uzumaki looked around. Everything is exactly the same as before. Shops, houses, somewhere around the corner should be his irreplaceable Ichiraku Ramen, Hokage Rock, Sasuke. Do you see it too? Pointing a finger at the faces of the Hokage, Naruto asked with horror. Uchiha followed his gaze and also frowned at the well-known heads. She was not impressed by what she saw, like Naruto, so she just grunted and went on, carefully looking around. If you're talking about Godame, Dobe, then she started heading the list a little later. Shove that smug face far away. Naruto stubbornly tried not to notice these glances from the villagers in his direction. He followed Sasuke and pretended like he didn't understand what was going on around him at all. But there were more and more turning around after him, putting more and more pressure on Naruto. And Uchiha was impenetrable, becoming only calmer by the minute. I wonder what I've done here, since everyone is staring like that again. Even if not with hatred, but it's still unpleasant to feel someone else's views on yourself. I don't know, Naruto. But I don't think you should care that much. Sasuke, Uchiha and Uzumaki instantly turned to the call. At the first glance, having made out who the figure approaching them belongs to with a quick step, both fell out of reality at once. Shock bordering on horror and slowly turning into it, eyeing his sister's companion with a suspicious squint, Itachi Uchiha crossed the distance separating them and discreetly gave both a smile, however, immediately completely switching his attention to Sasuke. What are you doing here? shouldn't you be at home getting ready to graduate from the academy? And Sasuke just stood there and looked at him. She looked at everything, trying to convince herself that she was just imagining it all. Here in front of her stands her brother with black eyes and irreplaceable scars on his cheeks, whose face has not yet been disfigured by Ito Tensei cracks, whose eye has not yet turned white from using Izanami, Itachi from his childhood, who hasn't died yet. Naruto lowered his head. He just didn't know what to do or say, so he decided to just not get involved in all this. The sight of Itachi, of course, shocked him, but violent emotions accompanied only the first minutes. We need to take it for granted that everything is different here. Even if it is unpleasant, painful, unusual. It's just necessary. Sasuke? Are you all right? Itachi asked in surprise, putting the back of his hand on her forehead and at the same time watching the stone and too pale face of his younger sister. Are you sick or something? Sasuke really wanted to believe that everything that is happening here and now is reality, and not just illusions of her consciousness. It is not surprising, considering everything that has fallen on them throughout the long, never-ending war. It's a make-believe. This is not the world. This is just nonsense, from which you need to get out before you get confused. Damn, and Itachi is not real here, fake. He doesn't exist by definition. But Itachi was the most real alive. That thought was killing her. From the inside, take it away, the girl squeezed out of herself in a voice not her own. Take your hand away. Is our Sasuke overworked? No other way than these exams have shaken the child's psyche of a child. Shursui, who appeared literally out of nowhere, shook his head. It was quite easy to put two and two together and understand that in this reality the Uchiha clan is safe and sound. And Naruto came to the conclusion that, most likely, his family too. Come on, let's go home. You've been acting weird lately. Itachi, taking Sasuke by the shoulders, turned her around and led her forward. Uchiha did not resist. Even the thought of Naruto, which suddenly appeared in her head, was immediately drowned under a pile of information that abruptly reached her. Let's go home, home. And I told you not to put pressure on her, Itachi. See what you've turned a child into? Shursui patted Sasuke on the shoulder, however, without getting the expected reaction. Usually, Itachi's younger sister was extremely negative about being touched and called a child. For the latter, she could even fry with a fireball, if a person did not have time to dodge. Don't talk nonsense, Shursui. No one puts pressure on her, Itachi said, frowning at the quiet Sasuke, who meekly, like a programmed robot, followed them. Sasuke? What were you doing with the younger Namikes anyway? Zero reaction. Itachi sighed again and rather noticeably poked his fingers into Sasuke's forehead with his signature gesture. With that gesture, Sasuke abruptly raised her eyes to him, suddenly flashing with far from surprise, and impulsively enclosed her brother in a suffocating ring of hands. From the surprise, Itachi even took his breath away, and he did not immediately think of hugging the girl in response, asking Shursui with one look what the hell was going on with his sister. Shursui, noting that Sasuke was shivering far from the cold and gusty wind, only shrugged his shoulders in amazement, saying that he did not understand anything at all. What's the matter with you, my silly little sister? Itachi said softly, almost imperceptibly stroking her long hair with his hand. Naruto only glanced at the backs of the retreating Uchiha and immediately took off himself. If his guesses are correct, then most likely his family is also alive here. Quickly jumping over the roofs, Uzumaki was approaching his house. Well, that is, to where he is supposed to be. Rounding the balcony railing, he landed in front of the door. He had just raised his hand to knock when she froze halfway. She just didn't move. And Naruto couldn't bring himself to do it. Kurama, what should I do? Well, obviously, idiot, knock. I can't bring myself to. Naruto. Uzumaki chickened out. Sensation. Kurama mocked as best he could. In the end, nothing here concerns him, and he was happy to just watch everything from the sidelines, and not get involved in the abyss of events with Naruto. The fox, of course, has always had fun with his Jinchuriki, but there is a limit to everything. And this time he will try not to interfere. Of course, if it is possible to. Yes, I'm not a coward, and he knocked on the door 3 times. Which, however, I regretted when I heard quick light steps and a thin voice, Mother's. Now, Kushina opened the door and looked at Naruto in surprise, slightly frowning her eyebrows. Naruto? Why are you knocking? She moved away from the door, hinting to her son to go inside. And what about Naruto? Naruto stood and was silent. He was not just silent, but looked at his mother, long, red hair gathered in a braid, dark blue shiny eyes with fluffy eyelashes, a green sundress on the floor and a small ladle in one hand. Kushina hasn't changed at all since their last meeting. Naruto. Wake up. She must not understand anything. Come on. Why are you slowing down? Kurama was seriously worried, but after his words Naruto immediately came to his senses. Hi, Mom, and he smiled. Not as usual. It was very tight, as if someone had pulled the corners of his lips apart behind his back. Come in, why are you standing in the doorway? Naruto entered the house and took off his shoes. You're weird. Do you have any pain? No, it's fine. No. Not everything, the woman drawled threateningly, frowning at Naruto. He scratched the back of his head and shifted uncomfortably from one foot to the other. And hug Mom and kiss her? Naruto, you're such a retard. Uzumaki swallowed and somehow timidly embraced Kushina. The woman in response squeezed him so that his ribs crunched, but Naruto no longer noticed this, quietly wiping the tracks of tears from his cheeks and smiling like an idiot. Mom, I'm so glad. After all, you are very strange today, Kushina summed up with a shake of her head and, releasing Naruto, ran up to the stove where dinner was being prepared. Sit down at the table. We're going to have dinner now. Menma. Dinner. Kushina put 2 plates on the table. One in front of Naruto, the other on the opposite side of the table. Minato is late for something. Kurama, I think I like it here. You initially had no choice. You can live and live here. Are you serious? For real? Well, not for fun. I don't want to go back. I want to stay here. Who's bothering you? Sasuke wants to come back. Enough already. Sasuke. 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 Don't you have anything but that name in your head at all? I'm tired of this Uchiha still in that world. It'll be quieter here without him, don't you think? He's my friend, don't say that. A good friend. Kurama was silent for a while and suddenly asked cunningly, and who is your friend more? Me or your Uchiha? Oh, just don't start. Footsteps were heard from above, and Naruto shifted his gaze to the stairs, down which a guy unknown to him was descending. He was very similar to Kushina, and therefore Naruto assumed that this was his, brother. Scarlet short hair, unlike Naruto's hair, obedient and not disheveled, dark blue eyes and facial features somewhat reminiscent of Minato. I was going to save the world, Mom, and you're here with your dinner, Menma yawned. Obviously, he was saving the world in a dream. Is father back yet? As you can see, Kushina sat down at the table next to Menma. Is that it again? He frowned with displeasure, stirring the porridge in the plate with a spoon and for some reason looking exclusively at Naruto. Uzumaki was not inferior to him in anything and also looked straight at him, very interested in the new member of his family. He has been promising to teach me a new technique for a week. By the way, small, Naruto almost choked. Did they call him petty? Tomorrow is the release. As sad as it may sound, but you passed the exams the worst in the class. What are you going to justify? Naruto almost grinned. To pass all the exams for the lowest score. After all, the local Naruto is not much different from himself. Just try to fail the genin exam. I will definitely not forgive you, little one. Menma, stop talking to him like that. Kushina cut him off, looking reproachfully at her eldest son. Who are you calling petty? The blond man peered into his eyes with obvious hostility, which were so similar to Mom's, but much colder. Naruto, do you see someone else smaller than yourself here? He asked mockingly, leaning his head on his hand. And Kushina was slowly but surely boiling. You will stop calling me that, Uzumaki said, causing only a quiet laugh from his opponent and, concurrently, his brother. In honor of what? If I pass the genin exam, you will stop addressing me like that. Then I bet that you will stay small all your life. He laughed, immediately receiving a pretty strong slap on the back of the head from Kushina. Naruto didn't even have time to smile, as a slap flew to him. Ugh, it hurts. And Kushina is still the same. I haven't changed at all, Kurama reminisced, smiling and watching the distorted faces of Menma and Naruto. Has the showdown started again? Naruto turned to the voice, which he would not confuse with any other. Minato entered the kitchen, taking off his Hokage cloak and leaf protector. He looked around at all the members of his family and smiled good-naturedly, sitting down at the table next to Naruto. Poor Uzumaki almost had a heart attack. Probably, the beating of his heart can be heard outside the land of fire. Naruto said goodbye to Minato quite recently, when the action of Ito Tensei ended. He could not even think that he would meet him again. Father, Menma began in an insinuating voice, shooting lightning at Minato with just his eyes. Namikaze smiled awkwardly and scratched his head, as if asking for forgiveness for his offense. Okay, Menma, okay. Let's do it tomorrow. Sandaime gave me a day off while the genin exam was going on. Speaking of the exam, Minato pointedly shifted his gaze to Naruto. He was sweating all over and smiled almost the same as Minato had a while ago. I don't think your team will pass. But now it was a shame, Kurama summed up, with which Naruto unconditionally agreed. Why is that? Don't take it personally, Naruto. Namikaze waved his hand. In fact, there is not a single team that would pass this jonin. And the potential of your team, I will tell you directly, lies only in the strength of a representative of the Uchiha clan. In a power she hasn't awakened yet, so your chances are negligible. Minato, don't say that. Kushina cut off her husband's speech sternly, grabbing the ladle threateningly. Namikaze only raised his hands in a conciliatory gesture and patted Naruto on the head. You're going to be small for another year, Menma hooted, showing his white teeth in a cocky manner. Well, no. I will pass the exam and become a genin. Naruto got up from his chair and looked into Menma's eyes with a challenge. And if I can, then you will be declared petty from tomorrow. I agree. They shook hands and left the table. Kushina eagerly fixed their argument, and Minato just shook his head, suspiciously glancing at Naruto. So, Kurama. Let's sum it up, Naruto began, lying on a futon in his room. There was nothing superfluous here: a wardrobe, a desk littered with meaningless waste paper, a chair and a small cabinet. It contained ninja paraphernalia, shurikens, kunai, a small first aid kit and a bag in which all this is folded. Uzumaki barely found her. First he wandered into his parents' room, then into Menma's room, who kicked him out. And so, falling on a futon, he began his brain activity. Come on. Start, Kurama was clearly mocking. What do we have? The Uchiha clan is intact, and so is my family. There is a certain Menma who is my brother. In this world, let's call Naruto's past that, am a two-biter. A 2-year-old who has graduation from the academy tomorrow and a further exam for genin. And why should I take it again? The hero in, you're off topic, Naruto. And in general, even in that world you are still, Genin, Kurama laughed. Naruto just rolled his eyes, but then an epiphany came to him, but he really is only a genin. I missed the first exam for Chunin because I traveled with Jiraiya, and I failed the second one. Yes, how he failed. Konohamaru lost, only now did Naruto realize how bad everything was. Did I die a genie? No, you figure it out. They will write about me in the history textbook for small schoolboys. They will write how I saved everyone and everything from the eye of the moon, destroyed all enemies from the present and the past, and then they will write in small print being a genin? Kurama, it's a complete disgrace. And Kurama did not answer. He just couldn't answer because he was busy with a more productive thing, laughing. Kurama was laughing like never before in his life. But the blonde was far from laughing. Come on, Naruto. That world doesn't matter now. Unless, of course, you're going to look for ways to get back. You're not going to. I don't know, Kurama. It's definitely better here. But, don't even dare say the name of the main paranoid from the Uchiha clan. Damn it. Listen to the rest first. I mean, this is not the world I'm supposed to live in. Because this reality is not mine. From the moment you were transported here, it's yours. But still. I feel out of place. And anyway, what happened to Naruto from this world? Since I'm here, it's logical to assume that he's Kurama. What a horror. Here you are inventing problems for yourself. We can't know for sure. And you can't live on two worlds at once either. Therefore, either think about returning to that one, or continue to live in this one. One of two things. Kurama was clearly angry. Well, what can he care about the world in which he does not live? Kyuubi, of course, knew that someone else's opinion plays a huge role in Naruto's life, but so much. So that even people who are no longer related to him are interested and worried about him. In short, I'm obviously overworked. We'll think about it tomorrow, with a fresh head. Wake me up early, Kurama, so I won't be late for graduation. Uchiha is very punctual. Maybe we'll have time to discuss some details tomorrow before the official part begins? Good. Naruto wrapped himself in a blanket better and closed his eyes. He fell asleep immediately falling into not the most rosy dreams. You're the Hokage's son, that's the only reason everything is allowed to you. Someone like you would have been kicked out of the academy long ago. Just respect Yandeme-sama. A short guy with a bandana on his head threw a pebble at him. Small, even when hit, it doesn't hurt. Only apart from that, something else hurt. It was much more painful to hear such words. He's really trying, I'm really trying. Through the crack in the door, native voices could be heard intently thinking about something that, there is no potential in it. Neither your chakra nor mine. Absolutely nothing that, come on, Minato. It's not a big deal. It will be just an average shinobi. Kushina, dear, the fact is that he is my son. If he doesn't improve, he won't be able to stand up for himself. And this is very important, given my position that, he's still just a kid. Menma at that age has already leveled mountains with the landscape. I really love Naruto, but his life is at stake. I am very worried about this. The floorboard creaked treacherously under his feet. Naruto, you will never be different, Namikaze. You can't jump higher than your head. It's time for you to understand that, the girl replied coldly, standing in front of him facing the raging sea. You don't shine with talents yourself, Uchiha. Chasing after a ghostly force, seeing only your own brothers back in front of you. You'll never be the same as him. The clan doesn't have much hope for you anyway, so why are you acting like, just shut up. After Sasuke's unexpected momentary impulse, Itachi tormented her all the way with questions about her well-being. According to Itachi's assumption, the sister has overtrained again. She spent too much time at the training ground in recent days. Shursui just kept quiet and didn't risk entering into a conversation after everything that had happened. As a result, they missed each other, and Itachi and Sasuke stopped in front of the door to their house. Uchiha was angry. I was angry at myself for what I had recently done. And yet she didn't lose her grip. I kept myself in hand the whole way and promised not to do such things in front of my parents. They went inside. To Sasuke's surprise, there was no one there. And where? She couldn't finish. Her own tongue just wouldn't give in to her. So, Sasuke. Come on, sit down. Uchiha sat down on the floor in front of the table and fixed her gaze on Itachi. Is something wrong? Let's be honest. If you have any problems, I will help you solve them. The brunette began to speak from afar and quite gently. Nothing happened. Seriously, even in the morning Sasuke was determined not to pretend to be a girl. After all, he is not. But, given the circumstances, he had to change the course of his actions a little and rebuild in a new way. Uchiha is certainly a great actor, only sometimes, very, very rarely, he also messes up. Then why are you acting so weird? And what did you do with your youngest son Yondaime today? I didn't do anything with him. We met by chance. Sasuke already felt how close he was to the abyss. We met by chance and decided to walk around the village. He ironically bent an eyebrow. Your last chance meeting turned into a hospital bed for him. Sasuke held on to the last so as not to grin. Even here he managed to bludgeon this jerk. Father is a little late. They say the ambassadors from Sunagakure haven't arrived yet. Therefore, parents can return no earlier than 2 days later. But that doesn't mean I'll let you down. At the last words, Itachi slyly squinted. Sasuke clicked her tongue and rolled her eyes. As if she needs Naya custody, especially from him. I'll go. Aren't you going to have dinner? No. Don't want. Uchiha got up from the table. Walking down a long corridor, he noticed the nursery in which he lived as a little boy. And he was not mistaken, assuming that Sasuke from this reality lived here. There was only one happiness: there were no pink flowers and girly things in the room, from which the guy has been sick since childhood. Everything is simple, as is customary with shinobi. Pulling out a futon from the closet and spreading it on the floor, she did not even think about changing clothes. Lay down. No, it's not because Uchiha Sasuke is lazy. It was because he was uncomfortable undressing. Yes, that there is a stremno. He's scared. Undress and finally make sure that he is no longer a guy. No, please. Uchiha was far from a dreamer and not an optimist. He can't be called a realist either. Especially considering how stupid he has been throughout his life, first trying to kill his own brother, initially, of course, not without reason, then destroying the whole world to create it anew. I wonder if it just now dawned on him that it sounds a little silly. Well, okay. It wasn't. Rising from the futon, Uchiha began to untie the rope, wrapped across her irreplaceable skirt. Pulling it off, she took off her pants and quickly pulled on pajama bottoms instead. I did the same with the upper part of the clothes. It was ashamed to admit only that she did it with her eyes closed. Angrily throwing all the removed clothes into the opposite wall, she fell on the futon, cursing Hagoromo, Indra, Nine-Tailed and Naruto. Why them, she could not explain. The curses themselves rained down on them. So she fell asleep without even thinking about tomorrow and without analyzing today. Yes, today Uchiha Sasuke is not himself, and literally. Itachi awakened his Sharingan at the age of 8. I don't understand what's wrong with you. Fugaku looked at her with undisguised incomprehension. The girl, trying to wipe the dirt off her face, only smeared it harder, while soiling her hands. Silently she came closer to the lake and quickly folded the seals, of which Fugaku managed to make out only 2, tiger and horse. In the next instant, a massive fireball blocked the darkness, illuminating the entire Twilight District. He lasted, alas, only a few seconds, because the girl immediately ran out of steam. Don't overexert yourself in vain, Sasuke. The father turned around and left. In the morning, Uchiha was pulled out of Itachi's dreams. He was surprised to note that his sister had slept 2 hours more than usual today, and therefore decided to wake her up before it was too late. Barely getting to his feet and walking to the mirror, Uchiha almost fell to the floor, recoiling from his reflection as from a ghost. At first, he felt his swollen face with disbelief, then scratched his head, tangling his already unruly hair even more, after which he lowered his head dejectedly. His facial features had become too soft. The guy with the girly face. Seriously, Uchiha was ready to hang himself here and now. This whole scene took place under the uncomprehending gaze of Itachi, who was increasingly surprised by Sasuke's behavior. He delicately kept silent, standing in the corner of the room and perfectly copying the furniture. God, what is this? Sasuke grabbed a few strands of hair and pulled them aside. Your hair? Uchiha cast a derogatory glance at her brother and frowned at her reflection in the mirror again. And what to do with them? Usually you collect them in the tail. I see. Grabbing a comb, Sasuke began to pass it along the entire length of her hair. The comb kept stopping on the floor of the path because of some tangled strands, which drove the eternally calm and unflappable Uchiha out of himself. He was already on the verge and almost stretched out his hand to the kunai lying next to him to cut off these nafig hair. If it wasn't for the ubiquitous Itachi, he would have done it 5 times already. Okay, Sasuke. Let's think it's because you're worried about the upcoming exam. Itachi took the comb from his sister, took a hair band from the table, and in a minute the hair was gathered into a high ponytail. You don't have much time. Come down to breakfast. Always the perfect Itachi. What's here? What's there? In rages, Itachi went out. And Sasuke, grabbing the hated bangs, threw it back and somehow secured it with a hairpin, after which he peered into the mirror. Today's dream did not give him rest. It seems that these were the memories of the girl whose body he got into. And the question of Sharingan is very deeply stuck in my head. Can he use his chakra in this body? In general, is his chakra now flowing through this, by definition, someone else's body? After blinking twice, Uchiha grinned. 2 glowing scarlet eyes with 3 irreplaceable tomos looked at her from the mirror. Thinking about it, Sasuke blinked again. This time tomo spread over the eye and created a kind of pattern in the form of a hexagonal star. Mangekyo also seems to be working, and then her head was sharply pierced by unbearable pain, and her eyes stung. Blood slowly poured out of his eyes, mixing with tears, and his head just tore. The drawing on the eyes slowly erased, turning back into 3 tomos. Sasuke blinked and deactivated the Sharingan. Exhaling slowly and somehow wiping the blood from her face with her hand, she ran to the bathroom. For now, she can't withstand the power of Mangekyo. Her chakras are barely enough to activate it, 2 narrow channels simply fail, and the body rejects an unfamiliar technique. That's too bad. After slashing her face with water and wiping it dry, she went down to the kitchen. Having had breakfast in a hurry and not even listening to Itachi's parting words, she ran to change clothes. This time the process of changing clothes was not delayed, and therefore after 5 minutes she ran out of the house, taking Genin's bandage with her. Sasuke somehow tied it on her forehead. It was strange to feel the protector on my forehead after 4 whole years. So unusual. Entering a noisy classroom, she walked to a certain desk with an imperturbable face and sat next to Naruto, who, oddly enough, came before her. Oh, topic, you look shabby. I thought I wouldn't live to see you like this. By like this, Uzumaki clearly meant not only the shabby Uchiha. Naruto was obviously being bullied. But as soon as he looked at Sasuke, who was not in the mood for jokes, he immediately fell silent and also took a serious expression on his face. Which, by the way, I didn't keep on my face for a long time. Hey, Sasuke, how is it, being a girl? Have you already taken a shower, for example? Naruto whispered softly. Sasuke threateningly began to rise from behind the desk, and her eyes suddenly flashed scarlet, however, immediately went out. Naruto raised his hands in a conciliatory gesture, telling Uchiha to calm down. When the small problem resolved, Naruto could again calmly sit down next to the brunette and start a more serious conversation that does not require any delay. You know the details here. I have a brother, it turns out, Naruto quietly shared, whistling softly. The brunette grinned. 2 Uzumaki for this world is clearly too much. And my father is Hokage. Speaking of which, have you had any strange dreams? Only one. I have quite a lot. But I only remember 3. Kurama says that these are the memories of this Naruto. In general, if you put them in one pile, it becomes clear that I am not particularly liked here. My father thinks that I am not strong enough to stand up for myself. Others think that such a mediocrity as me was not kicked out of the academy only because I am the son of Yondaime. You think that I will never surpass my father. Well, more precisely, not you, but Sasuke from this reality. It seems that you and I are at odds here. It's not very different from what it was before. The girl rolled her eyes. My father reproaches me for not being able to awaken Sharingan. That's all I dreamed about. But you already have one, don't you? There is. And I have successfully activated it. It was only after I activated the Mangekyo that something went wrong. Apparently, this girl's body can't accept his power. Don't sound so smug. From now on, it's, your body. They fell silent. It seems that sitting next to him was not a good idea, considering that their relationship is a little tense here. This will only cause a heap of unnecessary questions and misunderstanding from the outside, although not. Why is it only in this world? Even in their previous life, they had a very strained relationship. During their studies, they also hated each other fiercely. It is not known what then got into Naruto that he even began to consider him a friend, but the fact remains. Apparently, after all, these worlds are not very different from each other. Sasuke, well, I'm serious. Naruto suddenly screamed in a conspiratorial tone. Uchiha didn't understand what he was talking about. Oh, topic, you're such a retard. I'm talking about the shower. Dobe, you'd better shut up right now. Look for advantages in this. Naruto repeated Uchiha's phrase meaningfully, raising his index finger. The girls will stop sticking to you. Oh, speaking of girls, where's Sakura-chan? Naruto spun around on the spot, trying to find the pink-haired top of his head. Over there, Shikamaru Nara is snoring at the last desk, Choji Akimichi is sitting at the front desk and chewing his irreplaceable chips, Kiba is messing with Akamaru, and Shino, in his manner, sits silently in place, buried in his own collar, standing upright. At the front desk sat a boy with the coat of arms of the Uchiha clan on his back, sullenly drilling the board with his eyes. And of the girls there was only Hinata, who looked around the whole class in a bored way, and then the door swings open and Ino first flies into the classroom, followed by some guy who vaguely resembles a friend of Naruto. Kami-sama, let me see it. In the name of all that's holy. For no reason at all, Uzumaki began to squeal, starting to bang his head on the desk, not at all sparing his already not particularly brilliant brain. Sasuke turned to the door, trying to figure out what it was that inspired Naruto to commit suicide so much. Ino and Sakura were standing in the doorway and arguing about something. Only now Sakura is no longer the Sakura that Uchiha remembered. It was some guy, a complete copy of Haruno. With pink short spiky hair and green eyes. The clothes really did resemble Sakura's costume in some way, a pink sleeveless vest with a white hoop on the back and beige breeches with numerous pockets. Sasuke is a girl in this world, and Sakura is a kid. It sounds very unusual. Noticing that Sasuke was looking at him, the guy smiled and waved at her. Uchiha quickly turned back and spat out angrily, what were you saying about girls there, Sasuke? Kill me. I can't survive without Sakura-chan. She's my everything. Uchiha only growled and moved to the front desk, noting out of the corner of his eye that a boy who looked like Sakura was starting to approach his desk. She was ready to blow everyone to hell here. Just think. Even here, this Haruno is chasing him. You can kill yourself. Sasuke-chan. How good that today is the release. I hope we both end up on the same team. The guy rapped out in a deep bass voice, smiling. Go away, Sakurai, you see, Sasuke is not up to you. Ino sat down next to her, having adjusted her hairstyle. Sasuke, why did you pin up your hair? Do you want to grow them? Believe me, bangs suit you much more. How would Sasuke delicately explain to this person that he does not soar at all, Sakurai? Seriously? My life is over. Naruto was slowly settling down. He's probably never felt so bad. To live in this world without your beloved girlfriend. It's too cruel. And it's even worse to see some kid who strongly resembles her, and God forbid it is. Well, it's okay. Sakurai is also nothing so cute. Kurama, you're a moron, aren't you? I offer the most optimal solution to your problem. What other problem? The absence of a girl. What kind of girl is he? Just look at that face. If there is no girl, a guy will do. Kurama, I'm going to kill you now, Naruto drawled threateningly at the end, completely boiling over. Kurama chuckled, but prudently fell silent. Then Iruka-sensei came into the classroom. He took a quick look around at all his students and patiently waited until they were seated in their seats. The guys quickly ran to their desks and sat down in their seats, waiting for their verdict from Sensei. I am glad to inform you that from today you are no longer students of the academy. Well, unless, of course, you fail the upcoming exam. Now I will read out the teams and their compositions, after which the responsible jonins will come for you. Is everything clear? So, team number 1, the teams have changed a bit since last time. But this is probably because there were several other new faces present here, which Naruto did not remember from his real graduation. Team number 7, Naruto Namikaze, Sasuke Uchiha and Sakurai Haruno. And why am I not surprised? Naruto retorted with a strange smile. Gradually the classroom emptied. The jonins came and took their students. Only a certain Kakashi Hatake was late. I was very late. Yes, where is he? Sakurai raged, pacing the classroom. Apparently, he did not know how to keep everything to himself, as Sakura once did, and therefore already now any object that was in his hands instantly broke under the onslaught of a monstrous force. At first it was pens. Then the teacher's pointer. The last one was a rather heavy wooden block from the windowsill, which he broke without even batting an eye. At the same time, the newly born Haruno did not stop exchanging pleasantries with Naruto, who seemed to hate Sakura in a new guise, and flirting with Sasuke, who generally behaved extremely quietly, not paying any attention to the two in the class, as if they were completely unworthy of it. Naruto, don't you think you're being too biased towards him? To whom? To Haruno? Well, yes. Nothing like that. Kurama shook his head. But Naruto didn't see it. He was carefully watching that upstart Sakurai. It seemed that what did he care about this boy? Yes, nothing, if only this boy did not resemble his beloved girl. By the way, something remains unchanged. Both Sakura and Sakurai found something in Uchiha. Something Uzumaki just doesn't understand. What's so cool about this surly jerk? Every girl in the village just dreamed of kissing Sasuke at least once. That's what's wrong with him. Speaking of kissing, Kurama coughed meaningfully, causing Naruto a storm of emotions. Ugh, shut up. Uzumaki also started coughing, trying to banish the terrible memories of his first release and first kiss. That's what was really cruel, to push him from behind under such circumstances. If he found out who it was, he would have been a dead man long ago. It's just that at that time he was nobly beaten by the girls from the class, who decided to unite for the sake of a common goal for the only time in their lives. It is not necessary to say that he forgot about everything at that moment, even about his own name. Namikaze, I've told you before that you have a mental personality disorder. So, let me remind you again, can you at least sit in silence for a while? Uchiha asked frowningly, meaningfully looking at Naruto. Well, if only for your sake, Haruno began in a languid voice, but immediately shut up, meeting the icy gaze of the brunette, who was not predisposed to flirting right now. Uzumaki rolled his eyes. Sakurai finally stopped looming before their eyes and sat down at the front desk. In the long-awaited silence, Sasuke managed to sit for only 5 minutes, because after they expired, the door opened and Kakashi entered the classroom, not exactly the Kakashi they remembered. Yes, his face still had an irreplaceable mask and a leaf protector strictly on his forehead, however, both eyes were perfectly normal. Hey, topic, shut up, Dobe, I got it. What an unexpected team. However, his face did not express any surprise. It was something like a banal introduction before the start of a small speech. Let's get acquainted. My name is Hatake Kakashi. I think you know what our names are, Sasuke said. Of course. But by, let's get acquainted, I meant not only the name. You only told us your name. So why should we, hello? Shouting over Uchiha, Naruto got up from his desk and smiled at Sensei. My name is Naruto Yuzu, stop. Why do you have to speak first? Also standing up, shouted Uchiha, burning the stupid Uzumaki with a look. He almost got burned, and why not? Naruto was shocked by Sasuke's reaction. But he never understood why she did it. Naruto, stupid. You're not Uzumaki, you're Namikaze. Oh, Naruto looked at Sensei in confusion, who was looking from him to Sasuke with a puzzled look. Let's be clear, Sakurai cleared his throat, drawing attention to himself. Actually, Naruto is a bit of a shameless person. He just forgot that there is a girl among us who needs to give up the first word. And Sasuke, as a well-mannered lady, was outraged by this fact. Uchiha almost grimaced in disgust. How she wanted to burn Haruno in the black flame of Amaterasu at that moment, so that he would no longer be able to call him a girl and, worse, a lady. How infuriating, but, stepping over her pride, and for whom, one wonders, she shook her head forcefully, hoping that this would somehow come off as a nod confirming the above words. Well, then start. Kakashi looked at the brunette again. My name is Uchiha Sasuke. That's it? Sensei raised an eyebrow. What else? Your hobbies, interests. What do you like, what don't you like? I don't like it when people get to me. Kakashi nodded, as if he could only be satisfied with such an answer. Next, my name is Haruno Sakurai. I love hand-to-hand fighting, in general, everything where brute force appears. Well, I'm also a little interested in medicine, okay. Farther. I'm Naruto Namikaze. And I want to become a Hokage. Kakashi stared at him a little surprised. He didn't expect such an answer from Namikaze. He generally believed that Naruto was a spoiled child who was no different from the bulk of boys his age. But even Jiraiya-sama had high hopes for the little blonde since birth, but Namikaze showed no talent in anything. All he knew how to do was turn into some kind of naked girl, whom he proudly called sexy no jutsu. Otherwise, he was just terrible, no theory in his head, no stretching necessary for any ninja. No reaction and complete absence of even the simplest techniques that any student of the Ninja Academy knows. Looking at his team again, Kakashi came to the conclusion that they would not pass either, given that they were sitting almost a kilometer away from each other and had completely different characters. Nowadays, teams are assembled so that the forces balance each other. If one genin in the team is complete incompetence, then the second must be a genius. And the third one must make sure that these two do not grapple. Okay. In that case, I am glad to inform you that the exam will take place early tomorrow morning. At 4 o'clock. And yes, I strongly recommend not having breakfast. I'll meet you at the training ground. Wait. Shouldn't the exam be held today? Sakurai, it seems, was outraged that he sat here for an extra 2 hours, which, by the way, did not lead to anything. Due to the fact that I was late, we will have to reschedule the exam. I apologize, and he left the office as if nothing had happened. Fu, Naruto breathed out, feeling incredibly relieved. You're an idiot, Dobe. Just a jerk. You won't believe it, Sasuke, but I totally agree with you. The blonde man shook his head dejectedly and buried his face in his desk. Well, I figured out the trick. He almost blurted out something bad, and we successfully made up for this misunderstanding without getting caught by Sensei, Sakurai summed up, smiling kindly at Naruto. Thank you, Sakurai, Naruto thanked, immediately forgetting all his grievances. Nothing special. I think it will be easier for us if we become a little more tolerant of each other. After all, from today on, we're, a team. The case speaks, Sasuke nodded. Well, we'll try to get along, Naruto smiled and held out his fist to Sakurai. He, too, immediately understood everything, clenched his fist and bumped it with Uzumaki. Sasuke just rolled her eyes at Naruto's look, hinting to join, and left the office, noticing the teacher at the door, who was desperately trying to pretend that he did not understand how he got here at all. Sensei? Have you left yet, M? I think I'm a little lost. Shall I escort you? Uchiha kindly offered, smiling slyly. No, it's not worth it. Kakashi left in the opposite direction from the exit. And Sasuke, grinning, walked to the gates of the academy, which she definitely won't return to anymore. No way. Listen, Sakurai, and you're not as bad as you seem. Did you really manage to squeeze it out of yourself? Naruto himself did not expect to admit it. It so happened that after the academy they decided to walk home together. And then a conversation began. At first, looking into his eyes, Naruto constantly thought about Sakura, but a little later, after getting used to it a little, he stopped seeing his partner in the young man. Still, they were quite strikingly different, even in the manner of speech. As the blonde man noticed, his current partner never raises his voice and keeps himself somehow even a little formal, which he is not used to in the presence of Sakura, but his appearance still brought back memories. Memories of Sakura, whom he will never meet again. Look for the pros in this. Kurama exclaimed, making the blonde man grimace. How this phrase already infuriates him. Sakurai doesn't beat you up at every turn. But what are the advantages? Who besides Sakura-chan can stop me? Naruto smiled nervously. Sometimes his seizures could only be removed by Sakura's hard and heavy fist, which flew into his face at the right moment. And no, he wasn't offended at all that she beat him. On the contrary, he was even grateful. During his life spent side by side with this girl, he has most likely already become a masochist. I wouldn't say you're bad. But personally, I don't really like you. The boy shrugged and looked at Naruto. Uzumaki rolled his eyes, as if this is news to him. And why is that? I won't say it to your face. Uzumaki martyred raised his eyes to the sky, but did not ask anything more. Soon they missed each other, and Naruto, deciding that he did not want to go home yet, went to the training ground. If the Uchiha says that the body cannot quite accept the force, then he must understand what he is capable of in this particular carcass. As it turned out, not much. It was easy to create clones, but Rasengan was given to him with incredible effort. After an hour of such attempts, he was already thinking of returning to the water balls to master it again, but gradually the bluish chakra began to accumulate in his hand, reaching the size of a small ball. The size is about half of his usual Rasengan. Only one thing could not but please him. His Aerojutsu worked much better even than the same clones. However, that was to be expected from the blonde. I think I should not hope for the release of wind. Should I teach Rasen Shuriken again? I'm just going to kill myself at this rate. I don't know. You don't have a seal holding me back. This makes the task much easier. You already know everything, and there is practice, you just need to fill your hand. Again. Do you think it's that easy? I have no idea. By the way, what about Senjutsu? Nothing. Absolutely. I don't feel natural energy. Everything is so neglected. Naruto began to collect the chakra in his palm again, turning it into a blue clot of energy, somehow watching her with detachment. After all, Uzumaki didn't want to start everything all over again. In the end, it's not for nothing that he trained so much before, and achieved some pretty good results. And here on you, all over again. But who gave him a choice? Naruto. Take care. Just when Uzumaki abruptly jumped aside, sensing the approach of danger, a huge funnel formed in the tree behind him from the impact of something bad. Figuring out how he would have gotten if not for his excellent reaction, the blonde whistled softly and turned to the source of the recent scream. Not far from him stood Menma and guiltily rubbed the top of his head under the menacing speech of Minato. Naruto, grinning, headed towards them, already feeling like he would laugh at his negligent brother. How many times have I told you not to throw equipment? Menma? And if you hit someone? If I had, would have died a long time ago. What kind of deadly techniques? Can I take a look? Naruto asked innocently, blinking his eyes as if he didn't understand that he could have been killed recently. Minato clicked and mumbled something about uneducated and crazy sons, spreading his arms to the sides and strictly looking the guys from head to toe. How are you, Naruto? It's fine. It's okay, father. Naruto waved his hand, stretching his lips in a smile like a fox. It's not your fault that your son is crooked and incapable. Oh, Naruto, how nice that you admit it yourself, Menma retorted, interrupting his speech, throwing lightning bolts at his younger brother, trying to kill him in this way. And it's even nicer that you agree with it too, incapable brother. Who else is incapable here? The tone had already turned from mocking to threatening, and the atmosphere was gradually heating up, filling with the murderous aura of two not particularly friendly boys. So. Enough. Will you fight or will you still try to learn something? Minato frowned at them and beckoned to Menma with his hand, after which he asked Naruto to step back a little. Uzumaki snorted, but obeyed. Minato taught, to the delight of Naruto. It was Rasengan. The blonde almost whistled with pleasure, watching the attempts of his older brother, who could not dial the chakra in his palms. If Menma is learning this technique for the first time, then it's better for him to try water balloons. Why didn't your father? I think it was Jiraiya's method. After all, my father created the technique, so he does it automatically. And Jiraiya had to learn from her. Then invite them to use balloons. Kurama, what are you doing? How can I help this red-haired bastard? Let him suffer, and I'll sit, look, laugh. I never would have thought that you were so vindictive. I've always been like this. Yes? I didn't notice something. To Uchiha, you even forgave the hole drilled by Chidori in your chest without much hesitation. And here you can't forget one word? Besides, and not so offensive? Menma, you have to focus. Yes, Menma, what are you doing? Concentrate, come on, don't be stupid to beat here. Naruto played along, smiling maliciously. Minato shook his head at his remark, but didn't say anything. Don't you think so, father? Naruto, stop clowning around. To begin with, you should at least learn how to throw shurikens at the target. Minato snapped, causing Naruto to blush. I can throw shurikens, even a small child can throw shurikens. And then there is a high probability that he will at least accidentally hit the target on the third attempt. In your case, Naruto, it's just not possible. You're hopeless, Menma replied venomously, flexing his arms. What are you saying? Let's have a sparring match and I'll beat you up, upstart. Naruto got up briskly from the stump on which he was sitting, and was already ready to rush at him, when a kunai whistled right in front of his face, hitting right in the middle of an improvised target on a tree. Uzumaki had all the best years of his life flashed before his eyes, which, by the way, has been gone for the second day, and how did he not notice? Naruto frowned at the Uchiha's face, which was already pretty pissed off that day. She squinted at him from afar, meaningfully casting glances at Minato and Menma, but Naruto didn't understand what she was hinting at, being consumed by a thirst for revenge. The desire to kill Sasuke with his own hands at least once, leaving him no escape route, beat in his heart with renewed vigor, and he was more than ready to carry it out here and now. I'll just kill Uchiha, the blonde man spat out, pulling the kunai out of the tree and saying goodbye to his father quite good-naturedly, deliberately ignoring Menma. Namikaze took a deep breath and, grabbing his son by the scruff of the neck, returned him to his former place and took away the kunai. Looking sternly into his blue eyes, he scolded, "Don't ever mess with Uchiha again, Naruto. Last time, you already got a good one from her. I won't say that for a reason, but still. I'm not happy about the thought of you spending the rest of your life in a hospital bed. Father, you demand the impossible." Naruto protested, twisting out of Minato's grip. "This Uchiha and I are on the same team and we will constantly cross paths. First of all, this is a girl, not a kid who can be kicked in the ass. Secondly, it's more expensive for you to fight with her." Now it was not about Uchiha, but about Naruto's trampled pride. How can they think that he will blow the girl? Even if it's not really a girl, but a transsexual, God forgive me? Do you really think I'm going to blow the Uchiha? Seriously, you know best, Naruto. Minato shook his head. And Naruto realized that this was far from a denial. On the contrary, Minato agreed that Naruto was still incompetent. "I'll prove it to you." The boy exclaimed and stuck out his chin, drawing his eyebrows together at the bridge of his nose. Namikaze stared in surprise after Naruto, who walked briskly towards Uchiha. He was already afraid that they would fight again, but he only had to be surprised. His son, and it was definitely him, Minato is sure of it, just waved to Uchiha and said something quite calmly to her, to which she replied as if nothing had happened. Then the two of them went to the next training ground, arguing loudly about something. But only fragments of phrases reached Namikaze, which he could not put together into a whole text. "What's the matter with them?" Menma was surprised. For 3 seconds, Naruto's corpse should have been lying on the Mother Earth. "Menma," the father warned in a ringing voice, to which the son only waved off, again starting to collect the chakra in his palms. Minato was slowly instructing him, not taking his eyes off the two figures who were stubbornly proving something to each other, slowly approaching the training field. "Hey, topic, dobe," Sasuke retorted in her manner. "Did I tell you to keep your head down? What did you want to do?" Blowing up so abruptly from the spot, they walked together to the neighboring landfill, without even discussing it. Sometimes Naruto understood Sasuke without words, and sometimes even what was said did not reach him in direct text. Yes, he is a rather strange person. I'm tired of being considered mediocre. Well? If you get found out, we're screwed. Damn. And I have to pretend to be a weakling all my life? Well, until we find a way back. Naruto stopped. Uchiha, noticing that Naruto was not following her, also slowed down and, turning, looked into his eyes. Uzumaki was frowning over something, looking as if through her. A little later, his gaze became quite meaningful, and he was no longer looking at the air in front of her, but straight into her eyes. "Do you want to go back? Don't you want to?" A direct question. Uchiha believed that the best defense was attack. Therefore, he preferred to ask a counter-question rather than answer the one asked to him, because Sasuke did not know an unambiguous answer to it. "I don't want to." Sasuke turned away and walked on as if nothing had happened, and Naruto followed her. Uzumaki did not think that Uchiha was so categorically determined. He generally believed that she would not even have to be persuaded after meeting with Itachi and her parents, but he was wrong again that, well, the topic. Is it bad here? Your brother is alive, your parents are alive, the whole Uchiha clan is whole again. What more do you want? I'm not going to live here. It doesn't look like reality at all. I'm far from a dreamer, Dobe. What does that have to do with it? Are you an idiot? You've been given a second chance. Naruto was ready to kill him. And I don't care that there are witnesses of his possible crime nearby. I don't need such a chance. Too much chance for me, to become some kind of girl. Do you have any idea what a horror this is? Uchiha was indignant, allowing herself to raise her voice. It's not a big deal. It's a Dobe. Well, tell me. How would I know that? Are you kidding me? No, Naruto replied with a shrug. He really wondered what it was like to be a girl. We will not state everything. Just imagine that one day you, who used to go to the toilet in a small standing position, had to do it sitting down. Uchiha tried to state his thought as gently as possible, watching Naruto's face change dramatically. At first, the blonde blushed, then turned white, then turned green at all. And suddenly realized how difficult it was for Sasuke. It's just some kind of horror. Kurama was laughing somewhere in the back of Naruto's mind. And the blonde was far from laughing. That topic, I didn't even realize how bad you are. I'm sorry, I am sorry, I won't say that anymore. I promise. Naruto was very serious. And, in Sasuke's opinion, he overplayed a little. So, with a snort, she continued on her way, but Uzumaki was more serious than ever in his life. Just think of it, sitting, some kind of tin, stop fooling around. Since we are here, I will not deny myself the pleasure of beating someone a little. Sasuke interrupted his mental anguish, stopping in the middle of the field. Naruto's eyes immediately lit up with excitement, and he, smiling broadly, took a fighting stance. Of course, I don't beat girls, Naruto began philosophically, but you, Sasuke, are a small exception for me. The brunette only smiled venomously and also took a fighting position. This is someone else who will beat someone. They reached for the bags behind them and pulled out the kunai. Uchiha always started a battle with kunai. Naruto pulled them out for show. He was not going to throw. Sasuke waved her hand, releasing the knives, but Naruto ducked in time, and they all whistled past. Having already tuned in, the guys were rushing at each other, when Minato suddenly appeared between them and, grabbing Naruto by the scruff of the neck, dragged him away from Sasuke, who was stunned after the unexpected appearance of Yondaime. What are you doing here? Did I warn you about your fights? Minato began to scold sternly, hoping very much that the meaning of his words reaches the consciousness of the two genins. Father, we are training. Why are you bothering? Naruto exclaimed indignantly, having wriggled out of his father's grip for the umpteenth time that day. Minato missed his words, measuring the representative of the Uchiha clan with a questioning look. He's telling the truth. Our exam was postponed to tomorrow, and Naruto and I decided to prepare a little for it. Prepare? Are you with Naruto? Minato asked, this time looking attentively at Naruto, who was pouting like a turkey. Still, he couldn't believe that his son and Sasuke could do anything together at all. Moreover, without thinking about killing each other. Sasuke nodded, Naruto snorted sullenly, and Minato didn't care. But it's getting pretty late. I don't think now is the right time to train. I think it would be better if you get some sleep before the exam. The guys with elongated faces stared at the brunette, who suddenly jumped literally out of the ground, and Obito Uchiha only cheerfully saluted them and bowed to Minato. Yes, Obito, you're right, the elder Namikaze nodded, casting a quick glance at these two. Something about a mission? Yes, actually. Naruto and Sasuke stopped listening to them after they stepped aside a little. Uchiha put her palm to her forehead and turned away, putting all her thoughts in order. Still, it is quite difficult to accept that a person who died recently reappears in front of them. And completely normal, with a beautiful, not disfigured face and a perky smile from the ears. Looking at him, it became a little uncomfortable. Naruto just sat down on the ground where he was standing, feeling that he would fall if he didn't do it now. Rubbing his temples furiously with his fingers, he took a deep breath and let the air out through his teeth with a whistle that it seems to have helped to calm down a little and put my thoughts in order. Let's clarify. Naruto cleared his throat, attracting Uchiha's attention. It's mandatory to have breakfast. And you can be late. For 3 hours. At 7 in the morning? It's too early. Last time he only came to 10, but who knows the current Kakashi at all? Naruto chuckled and turned his gaze to his father, who seemed to be finishing his negotiations and returning back to them. Dad, does Kakashi-sensei have a habit of being late? You should know, Naruto, Minato sighed, tragically raising his eyebrows. He was always a very punctual person. But as soon as one very crazy friend appeared in his life, he picked up all the worst from him. By the way, he learned to be late from him, too. Namikaze lamented, looking at Obito with displeasure. And Uchiha just grinned, nasty, as if Minato was telling about his greatest exploits. Convinced that it would not be possible to put pressure on his student's pity, Minato only shook his head. And how much is he usually late? What kind of strange questions, Naruto? The more important the event he has to attend, the more black cats cross his path. And the number of grandmothers who need to be helped to convey something is directly proportional to the number of these very events. Therefore, well, in the area of 3 to 4 hours, Obito replied, smiling, while carefully calculating something on his fingers. I understand this system works for you, right? Minato asked skeptically, complaining to himself about what Obito teaches his already negligent son. Of course, so at 9, summed up Sasuke. No, at 10, Naruto waved his head. 9:30, Obito winked conspiratorially. Minato, raising an eyebrow, watched their little conspiracy and came to the conclusion that Sasuke and Naruto are still not as clinging to each other as before. Now it was a little calmer for him to leave his son alone with the brunette, but his strange behavior still did not give him peace of mind. Maybe he's just winding himself up. Oh, Itachi asked me to bring you home if I meet you at least a few meters from the training ground. Obito slapped his forehead. And why is he so categorical about your training? Sasuke rolled her eyes. She is infuriated by such guardianship, despite the fact that she is not used to such manifestations of attention. But she followed Obito, casting a fleeting glance at the blonde man, who only smiled with all 32 teeth, waving his hand. Are you going home, or are you going to stay here until morning? Of course, Naruto smiled, I'll sit. You're still weird, Minato summed up, nodding to his thoughts. Well, Dad, I have a transitional age, don't you understand? The blonde muttered discontentedly, while listening to how much Kurama was bombing inside his mind. Okay, get up. It's late, it's time to go home. Naruto, hooting like an old man, picked up his carcass from the ground and trudged after his father, complaining that Sakurai had not warned about their plan. It's still not good if he comes to the training ground tomorrow at such an early hour, and even hungry. Sasuke was sitting on a small tree stump and waiting for 2 obnoxious boys who had recently been proudly called her teammates, and who were already harshly infuriating Uchiha. I shouldn't have warned Sakurai about their plan yesterday. Let him come, suffer and leave. So no. Uchiha, for the first time in her adult life, was filled with nobility to her inferiors and even condescended to an ordinary conversation with a mortal to warn him about their plans with Naruto, and for the first time in my life I regretted it. After all, the nobility is definitely not hers. After twirling on the ill-fated stump, having examined the area lengthwise and across, she began to rummage in her purse with kunai and check if everything was in place. Sasuke-chan, hello. Sasuke-chan, BL. Uchiha sullenly kept silent, squinting at Haruno, who for some reason was glowing with joy today. The boy didn't even have time to insert a word, as they were drowned out by the joyful screams of the third member of Kakashi's team, who literally felled everything in his path and ran like a cut-duck. Guys, there's such a thing there. Uzumaki yelled, and his eyes glittered as if he had just been appointed Hokage of the whole world. Well, tell me already, idiot, what's there? Sasuke muttered with displeasure, who was also filled with curiosity. What can we say about Sakurai, who has been pulling his hair for several seconds without stopping? Orochimaru and Jiraiya sparred there. Sparring, your mother, Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Naruto started shouting with renewed vigor and, seeing that his interlocutors did not immediately understand what he wanted to say, waved his hand and ran back again. Sakurai looked at Sasuke blankly at first. Then the faces of both lit up, and they also ran after Naruto, running to a small field, around which a small number of onlookers had already gathered. They quickly squeezed forward and saw two great Sanins of their world in front of them. It's unclear who they were here, but they looked like just as impressive. Kato, Enden, a huge projectile of flame was released from Jiraiya, which immediately flew towards Orochimaru. Everyone gasped softly and started whispering. But no one risked stopping it, because they knew it was more expensive for themselves. And here they are not joking, Sakurai said on an exhale, as if he had just started breathing. Orochimaru will beat him up. What are you talking about, Sasuke? Madara and I will sleep together sooner than Jiraiya will lose to this. To whom? This, who? Uchiha asked threateningly. She really didn't understand why she said that at all, but if she defeated Jiraiya, she would never forgive her teacher for that. Stop. Where did these thoughts come from? Since when did she even consider this madman her teacher? Maybe she just got used to his constant presence for so many years. In this slightly touching moment, you can even miss the fact that she once killed him. Well, almost. Futon, Detapa, a strong jet of air met the fire, and they collided, immediately evaporating into the air. The opponents were grinning at each other nastily, although, it seems, they were a little exhausted. From their shabby appearance, it was possible to say with accuracy that this sparring did not last for several minutes. This snake, Naruto hissed, looking defiantly at Uchiha, who was getting more and more furious by the minute. Only legends remained of Uchiha's peace of mind when this dobe appeared in the field of vision, which he wanted to kill more and more every time. Once and for all, I see you were in a pretty close relationship with Madara. Since such a conversation went on, Sasuke grinned in her manner, carefully noticing every red spot on Naruto's face, which was getting redder and redder. Okay, stop, why is he blushing at all? What, seriously? The brunette fucked up from life, instantly moving away from him a few steps. Naruto, like an idol, stared at her movements for a few seconds, and then, when the meaning came to him, he exclaimed indignantly, well, are you a fool at all? That is, a fool? This attracted the attention of not only the crowd, but also Jiraiya himself. Jiraiya, instantly changing his anger to a huge smile, waved to him. Perv, ahem. Jiraiya-sensei. Show him where the Orochi winter. Naruto exclaimed, also waving both hands. Orochimaru looked at the offspring of the fourth, angrily throwing lightning at him with one glance. Sasuke wouldn't be surprised if tomorrow it was announced to the whole village that Naruto Namikaze died tragically in some dark alley. And she would have known exactly who was involved in the crime. Of course, Naruto. Don't you see, I'm already doing it. For me, I see, no one is sick here at all, Orochimaru mumbled, deliberately offended, looking around at everyone with a grin. The vast majority are civilians and genins with academy students. Of course, 2 or 3 chunins were also observed. If there was someone else with a higher rank, a 4th and a 3rd would already be looming somewhere, which in itself would result in a huge problem. This time, Hiruzen would definitely bury them for this gathering. It would be strange if I was sick, Naruto muttered softly. But Orochimaru heard, and the blonde had no choice but to shut up and quietly look away. Why not? Sakurai shouted, smiling sweetly at Orochimaru. However, by force and barely how. Here Sasuke-chan is ready to break Namikaze for you. Orochimaru looked in surprise at the only Uchiha in the crowd that he even knew personally and raised his eyebrows. Sasuke glowered at Sakurai, who waved his hands at the sight of her face. It seems that more than one Naruto will die today. She'll tear it up, Naruto muttered again. If necessary, I'll also bury it. Well, try it, Naruto laughed. Uchiha grinned and pulled the kunai out of her back purse, when suddenly a rather heavy palm rested on her shoulder. And Naruto, who had been overflowing with enthusiasm and self-confidence before, took a step back and quietly squeaked along with Sakurai. What does it all mean? Kakashi asked softly and rather quietly behind Uchiha's back. By the standards of normal people, it was just a whisper. By the standards of negligent genins, this is like a volume bordering on ultrasound. What exactly? Naruto barely squeezed out of himself. You didn't show up for the exam. We were late for 6 whole hours, my dear students, Hatake said, smiling sweetly with only his eyes. You too? Sakurai exclaimed indignantly. You just came in, if you didn't notice. Well, yes, just now, scratching the back of his head, Sensei replied, but the rule concerned you, not me, if you don't remember. But Kakashi, Sensei, you haven't come for 5 hours. So we decided to look for you. Maybe something happened? And then Jiraiya-sama and Orochimaru-sama sparred. Haruno began to explain, while pointing to the Sanins, who were closely watching the altercation. And we decided to look at their fight in order to scoop out some of the ninja qualities we need from there in order to pass your exam even better. How successfully this Sakurai was able to wriggle out of their full ass. Probably, such a partner will really be very useful in their company. Considering Sasuke's taciturnity and Naruto's incredible stupidity. And immediately forgot that something could have happened to me? Exaggerated Sensei asked curiously, raising one eyebrow, and Naruto was ready to swear, grinning. Well, if you had seen what horror was here, you would have stayed too. Because their lives were in much more serious danger. And you would have saved them from that danger, wouldn't you? Kakashi Sakurai was asking, whose arguments were slowly being exhausted. Of course, and how would you do that? Well, Sakurai paused, and Sasuke and Naruto already realized that this was a complete failure, when suddenly Sakurai smiled slyly. In fact, there is such a psychological technique. I think you've heard of him more than once. And what is it? Hatake asked, interested in the mysterious voice of his student, although he already knew that he would blurt out something really stupid. Parents do not quarrel in the presence of children. So you're saying we're their children? Naruto was indignant. And they, Sasuke pointed to the Sanins, are a married couple who decided to fuck around? The crowd quietly began to giggle. And Orochimaru and Jiraiya seemed to want to get out of here more and more. Some kind of madhouse, not a team. Uchiha finally turned around to face Sensei and took a closer look at his face. He also seemed to have a lot of fun. And then Sasuke noticed out of the corner of her eye 2 shiny bells, somehow thrown over the belt of her pants. It wasn't. She snatched them out abruptly and took 2 steps away from Sensei. He, realizing what had just happened, was about to snatch them out of the hands of his student, as she threw one to Naruto, the other to Sakurai. Naruto stuffed the bells into his bag, hinting to Sakurai to do the same. And Kakashi just stood there, as if thunderstruck, and did not move. But after clearing his throat into his fist, he drew their attention to himself. I don't know how, but you completed the task. As if not believing what he was saying, Kakashi said, looking strangely at the tense trio. Naruto and Sakurai's face instantly stretched out. How so? And what does that mean? Sakurai asked, already ready to retreat if an unforeseen massacre suddenly begins. And anyway, what was that just now? This means that you are the first team to pass my exam. The trio fell silent. The crowd has long dispersed due to the fact that 2 Sanins stopped their grading. And Jiraiya and Orochimaru stood there, not believing what Kakashi had just said. Did he really have anyone at all? Seriously, it seems that I'm freaking out from life, muttered Orochimaru, to which Jiraiya nodded his head significantly. Twilight. The waves splash against the rocks and spray the face of the boy, who, looking into the distance, does not even notice it. It's so bad in my soul that everything that's going on around seems to be imaginary and unreal. At this moment, everything is absolutely indifferent to him. I just want to get off this cliff and, if possible, sail far, far away from this place, but he can't swim. What are you doing here? An exasperated voice sounded behind him, not her. How this girl bored him. He sits in the liver with his jokes and an eternally indifferent face. The only person who infuriated the boy with his mere existence, and why is she always following him? To put more pressure on him? Wasn't it enough for her that he was put in the hospital for a whole week because of her? Or the fact that everyone then mocked him, constantly reminding him that he was beaten by a girl? The blonde man said nothing, gritting his teeth. He just won't pay attention to her. Let her stand, she's an empty place. There was a sigh behind him. The girl sat down next to him. It immediately became uncomfortable and difficult to breathe. And this face, which remained impenetrable in any situation, was simply infuriating. How can she be so indifferent to everything that happens around her? Okay. We will be silent. I hate you, Uchiha, he spat out in a hoarse voice, immediately coughing. He could barely speak, as if something was stuck across his throat and prevented him from uttering a word. She swung her legs down and looked at the sky. This is not news to me. But how good it is when your feelings are mutual. Indeed, then silence. The silence that cruelly pressed on the eardrums and did not allow you to concentrate on your thoughts normally. In the presence of each other, they always felt bad, as if it was laid down at the genetic level. Therefore, there is nothing better than to get up and just leave, even though your legs are no longer holding. The boy got up, staggered, turned on his toes with his back to the raging sea and trudged back, away from this shore, and from her, but he couldn't help but turn around, and looked back out of the corner of his eye. The girl got up and, after lingering a little on the choppy sea, also turned and followed him. Oh shit. And why did she get attached to him? Why are you following me? The boy growled angrily, turning away and walking even faster. I'm going home, not after you, she replied simply and, shrugging her shoulders as if nothing had happened, continued on her way. Well, fuck it. They reached one of the polygons when they heard a whistle and loud laughter somewhere behind. Synchronously turning around, they saw some strangers not far from them, whose faces were distorted by a terrible smile, and they were getting closer. Hurry up, the girl shushed and pushed the boy, who was frozen in place, a little in the back. The blond man, as if waking up, staggered and followed the girl with a quick step, frowning thoughtfully. He didn't like what was going on here. It definitely won't lead to anything good. However, he did not lose. One of the men laughed even louder and called out to them. Realizing that he was being blatantly ignored, and, even worse, the objects of his treatment were accelerating even more, he got angry and, gesturing to the others, ran after them. Already noticeably frightened, the two teenagers turned on the gas and ran as fast as they could through numerous training grounds, keeping up with each other. Adrenaline was bubbling in my blood, and my heart was loudly counting beats somewhere under my neck, not letting me calm down and start thinking sensibly. Such is the fear. Then something hit the boy sharply in the back. With a short cry, he fell to the ground, barely understanding what was going on around him at all. The girl also slowed down, hearing an incomprehensible sound, and pulled the kunai out of the bag, taking a fighting position. The boy, staggering, repeated her actions. There's nothing to build a heroine out of yourself, you could have run away. I'm afraid I'll be disgusted with myself after that. They exchanged glances again, in which now, in addition to hatred, there was also fear. Oh, you naughty kids. Good guys don't walk at night, but stay at home with their parents, one of the men with a distorted face said, grinning nastily. On his head was a black bandana with a garish ornament and a protector, the sign of which was crossed out with one smooth cut. The girl swung her kunai and scratched the hand of the most talkative of the whole company, for which, however, she immediately paid. Feeling a push in the back, she fell to the ground. Look at that. Uchiha. It seems that we are lucky today, everyone grunted with interest, forgetting about the second boy they were chasing, which he immediately took advantage of. Snatching a shuriken, he threw it at one of them, trying to hit somewhere in the heart area, even knowing full well that he was aiming the worst in his class. Probably, this time he was a little lucky, because he hit exactly in the left eye of this scumbag. He immediately screamed loudly, clutching his eye. The rest of the gang was furious and remembered the boy. One of them hit him painfully in the face with his fist, dodging kunai's inept swing. The second one started kicking the body lying prone on the ground. The boy gradually began to choke. But even with a veil over his eyes, he noticed how the girl quickly got to her feet and attacked the fourth witness of this scene, who had been standing and just looking, as if he enjoyed only watching, and not the process itself. Before the girl even had time to swing, the kunai was immediately in the wrong hands. The blow aimed directly at the heart hit the target. The girl squeezed her eyes shut and bent over twice, expectorating blood and gradually suffocating from lack of oxygen. Uchiha. The boy screamed, twitching as if a second wind had appeared in him, but he was immediately slammed into the ground again with one precise kick in the back. What have you done? Why did you kill her? Do you know how much we could get for it? The one who hit the boy in the face recently yelled, and, catching himself, checked her pulse. Damn, the last word told the boy more than he could observe. It was only now beginning to dawn on him that the girl was lying in front of him and not moving, not just because she was in pain, but because she was dead. Sasuke, it was probably the first time he had ever called her by her first name. For the first and most likely the last time in my life. This call sounded like some kind of plea, which, however, was not heard. Kill the boy. We don't need a witness. The last blow with something sharp is like some kind of salvation. He fell into the void, forgetting about everything in the world. That night Naruto woke up in a cold sweat and couldn't even bring himself to breathe for a few seconds. Only when his heart stopped trying to jump out of his chest did he catch his breath and trudged down to the kitchen to drink water. It was still late at night, it was dark at home. He moved by touch and, finding a carafe of water, drank directly from it, emptying half. But he still didn't calm down. Kurama, isn't that what I was thinking right now? Naruto, those were memories. His memories. Were they really killed? At the very training ground where we woke up? Apparently, that's how it was. Naruto, where are you going? Uzumaki quietly closed the door and left the courtyard, slowly heading to the center of the village, to the Hokage Rock. Only there would he be able to calm down and put his thoughts in order, as he always did. I need to think about it. Kurama remained silent. When he reached his destination, Naruto lay down right on the cold stone on the head of the first Hokage. It was in this place that he felt calmer, and even the fact that it was a completely different world did not change anything. Naruto would have thought about the current situation, but he definitely does not think when there are only thoughts about his dream in his head. Just think. They were killed. And it was on this very day that she and Sasuke died in another world. Did it happen that they switched places? And what about the local Sasuke and Naruto, now in their bodies in another world? The last thought haunted Uzumaki. It made me uneasy. Can they really survive in the post-war world that they never knew anything about? And wouldn't Tsunade-sama suspect them of something? Naruto, to begin with, it is worth answering only one of these questions. Are they really in our world? And only after that it's worth cluttering up your head with stupid thoughts. Okay? Yeah. I get it. The blonde calmed down a little and closed his eyes. After lying there for a while, he did not notice how quickly he fell asleep. No bad dreams this time. Early in the morning, when the sun rose from the horizon, the blond man closed his eyes and opened his eyes. Yes, he definitely wasn't going to sleep tonight. Trying to stretch, he felt a sharp pain in his back and, gasping, did not risk his health further. Apparently, his many hours of staying on a hard surface of irregular shape with a bunch of small stones that painfully dug into his back. Kurama, I'm dying. Yes, yes, of course, mumbled the sleepy fox, who had just woken up from his Jinchuriki's too loud thoughts. You're going to do me an unprecedented favor. Well, you and, Naruto, what are you doing here? A voice rang out overhead. Sitting down on his fifth point, Uzumaki spun around, trying to find the source of this voice. Minato stood in front of him in a Hokage cloak. There were shadows under his eyes, and his hair was in an unprecedented mess. Naruto immediately assumed that he had been poring over some papers all night again. Lying down. I wonder why you're lying here and not at home at such an early hour? He sat down next to me and looked into the distance, waiting for a clear answer from his son. I've been feeling your chakra here for 4 hours. I just had a bad dream. And you came here in the middle of the night because you couldn't sleep? What for? It's just that I sleep well here, the blonde shrugged, peering into Minato's eyes. Why haven't you been home for a week? Work. There are reports from neighboring countries about some kind of criminal organization that is raiding villages with civilians. It seems that the Nucleans are being combined into a whole grouping. Naruto nodded understandingly. All this is not very good, considering the upcoming Chunin exam. An exam, you say? The blond man smiled dreamily. Soon, if it turns out that way, he will meet with the Sand team and Guy's team. He had been waiting for a very long time to meet Niji and Gaara. This is very important to him. I don't think Kakashi will send you to it this year, Minato drawled. The teams are very strong and trained, and you are still quite green. Naruto slapped his forehead and rolled his eyes in displeasure. He's at it again. Father, stop saying that. I am not green and I will pass this exam. Really? Of course, you have become geniuses, which is a big surprise for me, and I still haven't recovered from the shock. No, not because you passed, but because it was Kakashi who got into the team. But the only task of all that you have completed is to catch a damn cat that gets lost every single day. Note that all the tasks given to you were of the lowest rank. And they all failed. Namikaze had already looked seriously into his eyes. Naruto just stretched out his face and looked somewhere to the side, pretending that it did not concern him at all. He would have whistled again, just to make it more convincing, but he can't, really. For the past month, Kakashi's team has been performing the most stupid tasks that you can think of. Then they deliver mail, then they dig a vegetable garden, then they collect berries, then they take care of animals. Well, it's incomprehensibly simple. And they fail these tasks only because they cannot agree who is in charge and who is working. It all ends in a quarrel, which leads to a little destruction. And, accordingly, to complaints from customers, and now there is a real chance to prove yourself on this exam. It's not for nothing that Naruto has been working hard for the last month to expand the channels of the chakra at least a little. He managed to do it a little, but still not as successfully as he initially thought. Okay. I went. Yeah, Minato disappeared with a loud bang in a puff of smoke, and Naruto quickly jumped off the Hokage rocks and ran to the Uchiha clan's abode. After such a colorful dream that she had, Sasuke did not fall asleep anymore. At first she was sick, then her head was splitting. And after that, my stomach twisted in general, so much so that I could neither breathe nor exhale. After lying in bed until sunrise, she still decided to get up and drink some painkillers. She had just got to her feet when she saw a huge red bloodstain on the sheet, and then she got really fucked up from life. A little more, and Sasuke will not throw a tantrum. He will kill everyone here to the damn Hagoromo. He was obviously not ready for this, is that what everyone wants from him? He forced himself to react normally to his new body, change clothes without any problems, more or less calmly go to the shower and take it not just once a week because of the kicks of his mother and brother, but when necessary. He learned how to comb his hair, which Mikoto did not let him cut off, threatening him with a huge rolling pin. He learned, in the end, to react normally to some kind of weird dress in his closet, full of almost all the colors of the rainbow but this. No, fire me. Clutching her head and feeling worse from the throbbing pain and complete misunderstanding of everything that was happening, she decided to look for something suitable against this problem. But as soon as she just looked around, tripping over the mattress, she immediately fell to the floor with a loud thud and an equally loud obscenity. After swearing heartily, trying to do it in a whisper, she got up again, but before she could even take a step, the door to the room opened and her mother's shaggy head poked out on the threshold. Sasuke, why aren't you sleeping? And what is that noise? Uchiha unsuccessfully tried to make a carefree look and hide the place of the crime. Mikoto had already entered the room and was looking at her uncomprehendingly, clearly wanting to ask what was wrong and why Sasuke was standing in front of her like an idol. Good morning, Mom. I see, not really, she summed up, considering the general situation. You act as if this happened to you for the first time in your life. How could she explain to her that this is really the first time in her life, and not get burned? Apparently, nothing. Mikoto shook her head. For the umpteenth time recently. Her daughter's behavior simply surprised her, she could not understand what was happening to her. And it just didn't work out to even talk, because as soon as the conversation began to touch on her slightly strange behavior, she refused and constantly left for her non-ending workouts. It didn't bother Fugaku much, he was only interested in her success in the team, and Itachi kept arguing with her adolescence, even though he tried to keep a close eye on her anyway. The woman sighed again and took Sasuke to the bathroom. After half an hour, Uchiha had an idea of what was happening to him and approximately knew how to deal with this problem. Finally, after drinking some kind of pill that his mother gave him, and feeling an unprecedented relief, he was about to go to bed, when immediately someone knocked on the window of his room. Irritably looking there, she even wanted to ignore it, but when there was a new knock, she still opened it so as not to wake up her parents and Itachi. What are you doing here, Dobe? She shushed, looking displeased at his self-satisfied forehead. Move. Topic, I have news. He began to climb through the window, not noticing Sasuke's rather angry face. As soon as he threw his leg over the windowsill, the brunette pushed him back and raised one eyebrow in her usual manner. Well, I'm listening. No, you won't even let me in? He exclaimed indignantly, making the most offended face in the world. Of course I won't let you in. Use your brains a little, Dobe, and think about how my family will react to the fact that the person I hate is sitting quietly in my room early in the morning. Is Itachi going to kill me? He chuckled, and Sasuke shrugged her shoulders, saying it was very possible. Why did I come here? How should I know? The girl responded irritably, mentally promising herself that if this jerk didn't say anything for 10 seconds, she would just slam the window. My father said that the Chunin exam is coming soon. And there is a possibility that we will not get to it. And we need to pass it at least this time. Naruto, of course, I understand that you're a jerk, and it's just genetically embedded in you, but couldn't this news have waited another 3 hours? Some 3 hours, after which we would have met with Sakurai and Kakashi-sensei and discussed everything. Why did you come here so early and rub nonsense into me that I can't do anything about? I'm not a Jonin, not some kind of Hokage, after all. Sasuke finished, and Naruto looked at her incredulously for a long time and finally squeezed out, Topic, when did you start throwing words around like that? Isn't the critical feature for you 3 simple sentences? Ugh, just shut up. She wanted to close the window, but Naruto stopped her again. Did you have a dream today? Sasuke opened the window again and frowned at Uzumaki, twisting her face. Naruto immediately understood everything from the expression on her face and just nodded, as if saying that we would discuss it a little later. after which he briskly saluted with his hand and disappeared around the corner of the house. Uchiha calmly exhaled and, closing the window, lay down on clean sheets and fell asleep. As soon as the whole team gathered, Naruto immediately began to squeal about the Chunin exam without stopping. Sakurai was very interested in this idea, and Sasuke just stood there and stared at one point for 15 minutes. Kakashi did not move an eyebrow during this performance, during which two of the most inadequate members of his team were on their knees and prayed that he would apply for participation in the Hokage exam before it was too late. "I don't think you can handle it," Sensei summed up after listening carefully to all the statements. "Why do you all constantly say, 'You can't do it, you can't do it, it won't work out'?" Haruno breathed out, looking at the teacher. "My parents also constantly tell me that I passed the Genin exam only by pure chance. I graduated from school among the best only because of my luck, and what can I say about the rank of Chunin, which, according to them, simply does not shine for me, Sensei. I also think it's worth applying." The most adequate of the three finally gave her voice. "Uchiha himself has condescended to us." Naruto rolled his eyes, earning two uncomprehending and one furious look. "Naruto, Sasuke has recently been a girl," Kurama informed him, sighing wearily for the umpteenth time that day. "It's slang like that." "Youth," the blonde informed everyone, making up for his blunder with a stupid smile. "The vocabulary of young people is strange nowadays." Kakashi arched an eyebrow. "So you say you can handle it?" Sensei narrowed his eyes slyly, and all three genins immediately lit up with this idea and quickly nodded. "Well, look at me. This month I'm driving you so hard, it won't seem enough." Sakurai looked at him uncomprehendingly, and Kakashi's eyes flashed with a cunning light, which his team members did not like at all. "Did you think that you would go like this, without the slightest preparation? Get ready, from this day on we will literally spend the night at the training ground." Well, they asked for it themselves. Kurama was having fun. There were rumors about the sadistic nature of your sensei back in that world. It seems that they will justify themselves in this, too. "How good it is that Kakashi-sensei undertook to train us," muttered Naruto, casting frowning glances at his teacher, who glowed like an energy-saving light bulb. Overflowing with enthusiasm, he explained very clearly that if they still did not run the whole 100 laps around this damned site, he would try out his newly created technique on them, the effect of which he had not yet tested on people for safety reasons. On the nagging that was on the way, Sensei began to slowly fold the seals. And after the penultimate sign with his hands, his students moved their legs with all their might, almost overtaking each other and trying to complete the remaining 57 laps. After the first 43, which were passed a little earlier, they just fell down, not even being able to move. But after a little motivation from Kakashi-sensei, a second wind literally woke up in them, thanks to which they shook circles worse than Gai-sensei. "Don't you feel like you're breathing in air, but nothing is being inhaled?" Barely squeezing out the words and as if choking, Sakurai asked, squeezing his t-shirt tightly in the chest area. The others also looked no better, but the sweetly smiling and waving sensei definitely did not bode well for them. Naruto tried to accelerate a little more, but as a result, he fell to the ground, tripping over a pebble. Sasuke, bumping into him and knocking all the air out of the blonde's lungs, successfully performed 3 author somersaults and fell on her back, not even thinking to move any more. To die. So together, Sakurai barely exhaled and lay down not far away, trying to catch his breath. "So, what do we have?" Summing up, Kakashi-sensei approached them. "Naruto will be the first to try my technique on himself, followed by Sasuke, and then Sakurai. If we don't die after it, then everything is fine." "I really can't take it anymore," Uzumaki admitted, still breathing furiously with his whole chest. "Very bad. Because your stamina is very poor. Physical fitness is a complete 0. Come on, Sakurai, lift up your t-shirt." The boy looked at Sensei with widened eyes and quietly began to crawl away from him, meaningfully exchanging glances with his teammates. Kakashi sighed, lifting him by the armpits, and, baring his stomach, began to show and explain, "This is your fat, which has been accumulating for a lot of years. Under it are your dead muscles, which do not know any load at all. And this applies not only to the muscles of the press, but also to everyone else. To get them to work, you need to constantly train, and not eat and cover them with a fat layer." Kakashi let go of the boy, and he fell to the ground like a sack. "They called me fat. My life is over. Sasuke-chan will never love me like this." While Haruno was washing down his grief with salty tears, Hatake moved on to Naruto, who still couldn't catch his breath properly. Picking him up the same way as the pink-haired one, Sensei began to explain again that this is a clear example of shortness of breath of an untrained person, which occurs immediately after the first lap, and this is only when running slowly. In order for shortness of breath to occur less often, it is necessary to devote a lot of time to aerobic training, which will help increase the vital capacity of the lungs. And over time, you will not suffocate as if you were holding your breath for a whole minute. Naruto also fell to the ground, quietly hooting, and Kakashi continued his rounds and already stopped near Sasuke, who very realistically portrayed herself as a dead man. "Just because you're pretending doesn't mean they won't try the technique on you, Sasuke. This is a very good technique in battle. There is a real chance to get rid of the enemy by pretending to be dead. But it won't work with me." Uchiha blew her hair off her face, or rather tried, but they stuck tightly. Throwing them back with her hand, she took a deep breath and looked at Sensei, waiting for her portion of ridicule. "I think I've told you everything today. I hope you won't mess around and complete all the laps together tonight. Is everything clear to everyone?" Kakashi asked loudly, receiving only some grunts in response. "Well, that's good. I'm counting on you. We're going to meet here tomorrow at 4 o'clock in the morning. I say in advance for those who will intentionally be late for 5 hours, if you still take the risk, then it's better for you not to know what will happen to you." Everyone was nice, as it seemed to him. Smiling, Sensei disappeared in a huge cloud of smoke. And the guys did not even think to move, quietly lying down while they were given the opportunity. "How many laps do we have left?" "Another 50, 5. Fine. Let's work out tonight after 6. Everyone nodded in agreement and, slowly moving their limbs, headed for the exit from the landfills. The only thing that needed to be done now was to walk home without falling dead somewhere along the way. And the rest can still be dealt with somehow. Naruto went home and, after greeting his mother and Menma, quickly went upstairs, after which he fell on the bed and fell asleep as soon as his head touched the pillow. Waking up sometime after lunch, he took a shower and went into the kitchen in search of something delicious. Finding the ramen already a little cold in the pan, Uzumaki warmed it up and began to eat it with a childish smile on his face. At that moment, Menma came down from above and, pulling out a huge roomy mug, filled it to the brim with water, drinking every last drop. Naruto even wondered how a person could fit so much water. "What are you looking at, little one? Did I warn you about the small stuff? Oh, I completely forgot." "I'm sorry," he grinned venomously and, filling the same mug with water again, sat down in front of him. "You've become a genin after all." Naruto slowly ate noodles while his brother emptied the vessel of water sip by sip, as if catching a buzz from it. The silence was too long, and Naruto decided to fix it. "Aren't you a chunin?" A rather strange question, considering that I have been a chunin for 2 years. He looked at the blonde man uncomprehendingly. "And I still thought you were aware of that. And why would you be interested in this? Did Kakashi really decide to send you to the exam?" "Yes, really?" He giggled and slammed the mug down on the table, pushing it away from him. "You still quite green?" Uzumaki interrupted him, smiling with all 32 teeth. "You could say that," the guy grinned. "But let's be honest. With your amount of knowledge, you will fail even the test part. I'm not talking about fights, because your team won't get to them just because you're part of it. Yes, it's really a problem. I can teach you, if anything," Menma said, showing his teeth in a sadistic way. "Well, no thanks." Naruto rolled his eyes, got up from the table, washed the plate and left the house. "It's not 6 o'clock yet, so you can take a little walk." More precisely, not just to take a walk, but to find one person whose help would be just right now. Of course, Uzumaki didn't know his location. But if he goes to the hot springs or to the women's bath, he will definitely not make a mistake. Now is the time to get inspired and finish writing your perverted books. And Jiraiya Sennin was inspired exclusively by the sight of beautiful and busty girls. You, I see, are also not averse to admiring them with him as a couple. I'm not a pervert, Kurama. I'm only going there to find Jiraiya-sama. He will show me exactly how to improve my Rasengan. And maybe it will even help to conclude a contract with the Toads again. Well, yes, well, of course, otherwise why would your face be so glowing with excitement? The fox chuckled. Naruto went on without deigning his tailed answer. Approaching the women's hot springs, he was not mistaken for a minute, noticing a whitish head of hair near the bushes. Taking 2 deep breaths and gathering his thoughts, the blonde headed towards him, and one of the Sanins of all Konoha was looking through binoculars at the girls who, unsuspectingly, splashed in the water. But, hearing a fake cough behind his back, the man abruptly got to his feet and spun around like a madman, trying to find the cause of the recent sound. Noticing a smiling Naruto not far from him, he exhaled briefly and, calming down, quietly greeted him, continuing his work. "How wrong it is to peek so shamelessly, sensei." Naruto remarked reproachfully and sat down next to him, with his back to the view of the source. "Since I've already quarreled with Kurama, it's better not to peek, even if I really wanted to. Well, Naruto, don't you know that I'm doing this for educational purposes?" Of course, he chuckled and immediately mumbled softly to himself, "You're just a pervert. No, Naruto, I'm just a creative person. By the way, why are you here? I wanted to ask you to train me." Then Jiraiya slowly put the binoculars aside and looked closely into his eyes. Somehow surprised, with disbelief. As if he had said something really unreal. "Why would you have a craving for knowledge? We have an exam for Chunin soon. Sensei Kakashi drove us so hard on the first day that we barely reached home. But physical activity is one thing. He wants to get us back to normal first. But ideally, I would like to learn a couple of techniques," Naruto said, smiling. Meanwhile, Jiraiya was in a kind of prostration. When the effect of it passed, he smiled broadly in all his teeth and squeezed the boy so hard that his ribs crunched. Naruto first beat him on the back to no avail, then wheezed, but he remained unheard. As a result, feeling that he really could not breathe anymore, he shouted loudly. Who knew that this would cause panic among the girls who, with their screams, attracted almost all the duty Chunins and Jonins here? "Yes, where is this jerk?" Sasuke muttered softly, turning circles around the already beloved stump, on which Sakurai was sitting at that time. The boy's head went round, watching all the adventures of his partner, but she still did not stop. "Sasuke-chan, don't you dare call me Sasuke-chan," the girl cut him off, frowning at him. "Then what should I call you?" Hirono was perplexed. "Sasuke," she barely managed to get out of herself. Just Sasuke. When she looked at Sakurai, she was really afraid that he would tear his cheeks from this smile. This person is really capable of challenging Naruto in this matter and maybe even win. Tora said that most girls of the Uchiha clan may not have Sharingan. Sakurai suddenly spoke seriously, attracting the attention of his partner. "His sister doesn't, and neither does his mother. Tora, yes. Well, the Uchiha Tora from our class. You and him, I noticed, don't get along very well. Or don't you even know that such a person studied with us?" Sakurai laughed. Sasuke finally sat down under a tree and looked at Hirono questioningly again. He continued, "He thinks that you will never have Sharingan again, since even at the age of 14 you failed to awaken it. And at the very same?" Uchiha snorted, rolling her eyes. "Well, yes. He woke him up last year. Don't you remember? He looked at the brunette in surprise. She nodded, making an intelligent face, like yes, indeed, I had such a thing in my memory. Well, actually I have a Sharingan, Sasuke mumbled, but when she realized that the boy was looking at her in surprise, she realized that she had said it out loud. And clicked. To heighten the effect, you could slap yourself on the forehead, but that's just not really her style. What did you say? This yell was definitely heard all over the neighborhood. No wonder a whole flock of birds retreated away from this potentially dangerous place. Sakurai quickly got to his feet and began circling around the tree under which she was sitting. No, are you serious? I do not believe. Show. Listen here, Haruno, the girl began threateningly, getting to her feet. If anyone finds out about this, what? He brazenly interrupted her angry speech. What do you mean he finds out? Sasuke-cha, Sasuke, are you out of your mind at all? Nobody knows about it? Do you understand what kind of event this is? And you're silent? Seriously, Uchiha fell silent. Actually, she didn't want to tell anyone about it, because she was afraid that her real identity would be detected. In the end, if the local Sasuke was not distinguished by special talents, then it would be much more difficult for her to awaken the Sharingan. And then bam! And on you. Do you think I should tell you? What is it? She asked. Absolutely. Sakurai was inspired. As far as I know, that's what you've been living for all this time, he giggled, and here. Like a completely different person. Really, she mumbled. Well. Show me. The boy exclaimed and sat down directly opposite. Staring at the girl as if she were the eighth wonder of the world, he began to wait. Sasuke, taking a deep breath and wanting to get rid of this weirdo as soon as possible, blinked twice and presented her scarlet eyes with 3 volumes to his gaze. He blinked again in surprise and frowned. It's really cool. Thora had only one such spinning thing. Tomo, the girl prompted. Yes, and that, too, he nodded sagely. This year he got a second one. And how did you do 3 at once? Sasuke hesitated. That's an uncomfortable situation. In vain she showed it to him at all, it will cause a lot of unnecessary questions and unnecessary suspicions. Very interesting, a very familiar voice sounded somewhere from above. And immediately Kakashi jumped down from a tree branch, carefully examining his students, who, by the way, were sitting in a rather ambiguous pose. How long have you been hiding this? A month. Uchiha herself is fucked up from life. She said the last thing as if she was under hypnosis. I think we can definitely do something about it. With what? There was a joyful cry somewhere nearby. Naruto ran to the place of the general gathering and thoughtfully looked at Sensei and his partners, who also did not take their eyes off him. What are you doing at all? Sakurai with unprecedented speed blew up from the spot and moved away from the brunette, incredibly blushing. Sasuke got up and, as if nothing had happened, dusted off her clothes, and Kakashi, looking somewhere to the side, whistled softly. Uzumaki laughed, clutching his stomach, for which, however, he immediately got a fist into it. What the fuck are you late for, asshole? Uchiha shushed angrily, and Naruto, holding his stomach, chuckled softly. When did your punch become so weak, Sasuke-chan? Quietly, so that only the brunette could hear, the blonde mocked. And anyway, I see, it was interesting here without me. Sasuke wanted to hit him again, but already in the face, as Naruto intercepted his fist, while noticing the Sharingan activated again. Uzumaki tried to twist her, but almost got a knee in his stomach. Kakashi was ahead of the fight that was breaking out and pulled them away from each other, grabbing them by the scruff of the neck and shaking his head in displeasure. We seem to have strayed a little from the topic. The reason we are all here is because of your unfinished training. So please, Don't let me change my mind about your application for the exam." Everyone stared vexedly somewhere to the side and slowly trudged to the start. Kakashi lazily waved the hand in which he was holding the book, and after everyone rushed off, he comfortably sat down near the tree and began to read. Already after the 30th lap at a fast pace, the guys almost spat out their lungs, trying just to inhale a little more air and bring all the carbon dioxide accumulated in the blood back out. It turned out, of course, badly, and after 2 more laps, they just fell off their feet. Sasuke gradually switched to a slow step, Naruto broke the world record for falls, Sakurai just lay face down not far from Sensei, quietly rubbing him that if he ran another lap, he would just die. Soon Uchiha simply stopped moving her legs, and Uzumaki decided that it would be nice to break the world record for lying on the ground. So it turned out that this time they did not even do the number of laps that they could do in the morning. Well, what should I do with you? Hatake took a deep breath and, putting down the book, got up. What about pull-ups, squats, push-ups? Or 100 laps on your hands? Awesome. How right you were, Kurama, Naruto muttered softly, receiving only a smug grunt from the fox in response to, "Maybe I should give you to Guy for a while." The man asked himself, slowly rubbing his chin. No. No. Not to him. Sakurai yelled, "He just won't let us live." Hatake shrugged and opened his book again. He did it more for show, because, gliding through the lines, he did not read the text, but reflected on the current situation. It was very difficult to cope with these negligent students who unexpectedly passed his impossible task. But a man would not say that he was not happy with them. The team is really very harmonious and to some extent friendly. He had no doubt that in the near future they would rally very much and show their strongest sides. Only here, how to bring them to this? Kakashi felt an unprecedented responsibility for them and wanted to demonstrate all their features at all costs. Some of them are desirable during this month. Naruto barely took a sitting position, leaning against a pillar. Breathing gradually returned to normal, but the muscles, mercilessly reminiscent of the recent inhuman exertions, began to ache and ache. After complaining to Kurama about his difficult life, he looked at the approaching Uchiha. "I would not advise you to appear in front of Uchiha at all, and even more so in front of Hyuga, Dobe. What's wrong?" Naruto asked, puzzled. "The fact that your lodger is showing his chakra. And I see it after activating the Sharingan. Was he so stupid that he couldn't even disguise her? What did that red-eyed psychopath say there?" Kurama raged. "Let him know that I do not have a meager supply of it, as in his small body. His chakra, compared to mine, is like a drop in the sea." "Kurama is offended by your words," Naruto informed, significantly reducing the amount of material transferred to him. Sasuke raised an eyebrow skeptically and turned away. "So that this touchy one knows, it's very risky. It's not a fact that there is a 9-tailed one in this world at all. And if there is, then this time it's definitely not in you, Dobe, since you don't have a seal. People will get suspicious if they find another fox demon, don't you think?" "Kyubi, but Yoko was clearly here by mistake and only because he moved into you in time." "Uchiha, of course, is right." Kurama exhaled, to which Naruto grinned, but let him stop carrying it with such a face as if he created a new expanded genome. "But can you close your chakra somehow?" "I can, but after that you won't be able to use it yourself." "Bad. Of course, it's bad. Where this fox is, there are always problems. I'm not talking about that topic." "Kurama says he can hide the chakra," the blonde interrupted. "But after that, I won't be able to use it either. Big deal. Don't you have one of your own?" The girl snorted, and Naruto clicked. This topic really does not understand what it means to stop feeling the Kurama chakra in your veins, which carried incredible energy. Kakashi was so lost in his thoughts that the book fell to the ground with a slap when he let it go without noticing. This instantly woke Sakurai, who was almost asleep, and brought Sensei back to reality, who seems to have already thought of something. Everyone looked at each other in silence, but didn't say a word. What about delicious ramen? The blond man asked, trying to drown out the unpleasant silence that had formed. Kakashi looked at them searchingly for a long time and finally exhaled loudly, waving his hand. Everyone slowly lifted their carcasses from the ground and happily trudged after Sensei. As for the nature of your abilities, Sensei began, attracting the attention of the students, I can only train you physically and teach taijutsu. As for your abilities, then you will have to develop a little differently. For example, Naruto. You and I are completely different and, alas, you will not be able to repeat my techniques. I think Yandeme-sama or Menma will help you better with your training. But ideally, this can be done by Jiraiya-sama. He has long been striving to make a great shinobi out of you, just like the main character of his book. Kakashi chuckled, and Naruto smiled. After all, not everything changes. I've already made arrangements with with Jiraiya-sama. He promised to teach me the coolest techniques, I have no doubt. With Sasuke, our chakra is not much different. I can still provide you with one interesting technique. You can learn new ninjutsu with the help of your brother, Itachi. Or you can ask any Uchiha about it, I'm sure they will help. Sasuke, having decided something about herself, nodded to her thoughts. And Kakashi moved on to Sakurai. You told me that you are interested in everything where brute force appears. You really have incredible strength. I think you should arrange a trip to Gai after all. No, are you kidding me? Almost crying, the boy squeezed out of himself, no. His strong point is taijutsu. And it will really suit you. One more thing, Tsunade-san recently arrived in Konoha. I think you know perfectly well that she is famous for her unimaginable strength. There's something about you that's similar to her. I don't think it's superfluous to ask her to instruct and train you a little. When they reached the irreplaceable Ichiraka Ramen, they immediately forgot about today's hard training. Lunch was a long time ago, and no one had time to have dinner with such a schedule. Therefore, as soon as the plates appeared in front of them, they attacked the food like some kind of abnormal. All this happened under Hitaki's displeased words and Tuchi's wide smile. Sasuke returned home very late. Given the long absorption of food and a little instruction from Kakashi about how he would torture them tomorrow morning early, they stayed a little longer than originally planned. This time Sensei swore to everyone that he would not be late, and if this happens, he will run 1,000 laps around the polygon on his hands. The guys believed him and finally went home. It was not difficult to imagine that my mother would come out to meet me with a worried face, asking for the umpteenth time why she came so late. Smiling imperceptibly from the corner of her lips, she explained to her mother that Kakashi-sensei had detained them for a while, and went into the house to, I made porridge here, but it got cold while we were waiting for you. Wait until I warm it up. I've already had dinner, the girl replied and sat down in front of the table. And where is Itachi? Here I am, here, a muffled voice was heard from the far room, and a moment later Itachi came out of there, sorting through some papers on the weight. Why do you suddenly need me so much? He sat down at the table and, grabbing the pen with his teeth, began to calculate something sullenly in his incomprehensible drawings. At first, Sasuke was interested in imperceptibly looking at the sheets in front of him, but realizing that her brother was waiting for an answer to the question, she calmly turned back to Mikoto and said, I wanted to tell you something. At this time, Fugaku came out of his parents' bedroom, who obviously heard everything. And what is it? In his manner, the father asked coldly, sitting down opposite his daughter. Sasuke rolled her eyes. This ostentatious coldness definitely annoyed her. Actually, I woke up Sharon. What, seriously? Itachi exclaimed, dumbfounding everyone with his behavior. He spat the pen out of his mouth right in the direction of his father, grabbed his sister in his claws and began to strangle her assiduously. Well, he strangled her according to the judgment of others, but in his personal and humble opinion, he just hugged her. I knew it. I told you, fuck off, asshole." The girl screamed muffled somewhere from the depths of the ring of his hands and began to kick. Through incredible efforts, she pushed him off her and twisted his hands behind his back, knocking him to the floor. If Itachi hadn't been so immersed in thoughts about his sister's Sharingan, he definitely wouldn't have let himself be defeated so easily. Sasuke. Itachi. What kind of kindergarten? In his calm, but no less frightening tone, the father said, throwing the ill-fated pen aside and measuring his children with a stern look. Sasuke and Itachi fell behind each other and, straightening their backs, sat down in front of the table again. "Are you serious? When did this happen?" To do this, there must be a serious emotional outburst. Something about an emotional outburst. Uchiha did not compose anything. That's a bad situation. And although, I'm not kidding. A month ago, she replied shortly. A month? Have you been silent all this time? There was little that could make Fugaku lose his temper. The exceptions were the stupid antics of his daughter and the stubbornness of his son. "I didn't understand everything myself right away," Uchiha began from afar, trying to compose everything on the go. "That day, a month ago, when I was returning home from the training ground, we were attacked by some shinobi. Somewhere during the battle, I felt that something had happened to my eyes. The image became clearer. I began to notice all the smallest details that I would never have seen before. It was really weird. And then I realized that it was Sharingan. When did you come back from the training ground? On whom? On you? What kind of shinobi?" Itachi immediately showered her with questions, carefully peering into her eyes. "At Naruto and me. Some strange shinobi. They had cuts on their treads. If only I don't get burned now," the brunette thought to herself, frowning. "A month ago? It seems it's dawned on Itachi. Is this the day Shursui and I met you and Junior Namikaze in the village? You were acting very strange back then." Sasuke needed a lot of strength not to betray his embarrassment. She really messed up that day. She still doesn't want to remember that shame. With the younger Namikaze? What were you doing there together anyway? My father asked in bewilderment, and Sasuke clicked loudly. "I would be interested not in this Junior Namikaze, but in what kind of shinobi were there." She frowned at everyone and got up from the table. "I'll go. I have to train early tomorrow. Good night," Itachi said automatically, holding his gaze on the wooden surface of the table and thinking deeply about something. "Good night, Sasuke," Mikoto said with a smile. Fugaku was speechless. "Good night," the brunette muttered and, walking down the long corridor, opened the door to her room. Hatake Kakashi couldn't get enough of his team's success. A week later, they ran non-stop all 100 laps around the largest training ground on the site, did push-ups, squats, pull-ups, fell almost into the center of the target and did not perform taijutsu techniques quite badly. In general, there was something to be happy about. More precisely, it would be if there was at least a little time left for this, because training began in the morning at 4 o'clock and lasted 6 hours, taking into account a little rest. Thus, in the morning, Sakurai and Naruto got rid of Kakashi at 10 o'clock, and Sasuke stayed to learn a new technique that sensei promised her. Naruto, meanwhile, had been bringing his Rasengan to mind for many days, which, to Jiraiya's great surprise, the boy mastered almost in a day. But to increase in size, as the blonde wanted, and to add power, he simply could not. That's what they were messing with. Sakurai agreed with Mato Guy about his training sessions with his team. It turned out to be easy to get used to Guy, but the most unpleasant acquaintance for him was with Hyuga. Niji was the most disgusting, in his opinion, in the team of this fat-browed senior, as Naruto-sensei called him. The level of his taijutsu, of course, rose incredibly, but he hated coming there so much because of him that he decided it was better for Tsunade. Within a week, Naruto had already more or less put his technique in shape. Sasuke had remastered Chidori, which this time turned out to be much more impressive than once at the same age, and Sakurai suffered for the second day in training with the fifth. He could be pitied more than anyone else in this team, because the kid clearly got the most I don't want. He always came to the training ground in abrasions and bruises, while completely unable to use the chakra. In training with Kakashi, he more or less restored it and went back to training with Senju. These trainings lasted about 4 hours, after which the guys slept off most of the day and only left in the late afternoon for tasks that, regardless of the training, had to be performed. Returning home at about midnight, they almost immediately went to bed in order to get some sleep before morning training with their sensei. Today, on the day when they have a day off, the guys were just walking around Konoha. In fact, they came to the gathering place only because they forgot that they had no tasks today, and since they met, they decided to spend time usefully. What this benefit was, none of them ever understood. Do you think we will survive until the exam at all at this rate? Sakurai asked in a hoarse voice, frowning and rubbing his forehead. Apparently, the boy had a headache. Who knows? Naruto breathed out, exhausted no less than Sakurai. Without thinking about the consequences, Uzumaki asked Jiraiya to teach him the technique of summoning, confident that he would succeed almost the first time. And no, for the third day he is still suffering with this technique. Topic: What's up with your technique, Kakashi-sensei? And I have already finished training. And then what? Is Itachi going to train you? Sakurai asked. No, she shook her head. He has a lot of assignments lately, and he comes home even later than me. I want to ask Orochimaru for help. This, of course, will be fun, Sakurai smiled, turning to face her and walking backwards. Tsunade-sama, Jiraiya-san and Orochimaru-san are a team, and we are a team, but, Sasuke, are you far from a masochist? Aha, you're very wrong. Naruto laughed, remembering how many years Uchiha had spent in Orochimaru's lair. What do you mean? Haruno asked him incredulously, arching an eyebrow. Naruto opened his mouth to urgently correct himself and justify himself, as Uchiha menacingly shushed them. They looked at her blankly. The girl pointed with her eyes around the corner of the house, to the alley from which the voices were coming. Imperceptibly looking out from around the corner, they saw 2 shinobi who were talking suspiciously quietly about something. One of them was wearing an ANBU mask, but Sasuke immediately recognized him as Shisui. She wouldn't even be interested in this conversation if none other than Danzo was standing next to him. The same type, because of which her entire clan was destroyed, and her brother suffered all his life, the man she hated with every fiber of her body. They didn't hear their conversation, but it was clear from Danzo's expression alone that something was being planned. Something very bad. Sasuke almost twitched in an attempt to approach the village elder, but Naruto stopped her in time, shushing and significantly shifting his gaze from Danzo to Shisui. He hinted that it would be more correct to find out what they were up to. Sakurai didn't see any subtext in their communication. Danzo is the founder of the ANBU route, and the shinobi standing next to him is one of his subordinates. Why can't they discuss their mission standing here? And why do his partners think this is some kind of crime? But the boy kept quiet and also looked at the 2 shinobi, not trying to find out the reason for their behavior. Apparently, having agreed on something of their own, the men dispersed and Danzo, in the best traditions of the law of meanness, headed precisely in the direction of the guys. I had to retreat quickly and unnoticeably. The trio quickly moved away from the corner and went at a simple walking pace, as if they were just walking, and began to carry incomprehensible nonsense even for themselves. Guys, this technique turns out to be so complicated, Naruto mumbled, pouting his lips. Yeah, I personally will never succeed. But the main character was still able to master it and defeat that terrible Nukian who killed the entire village of civilians, Sakurai agreed, nervously looking at the elder walking straight in their direction. Sasuke, do you think Sensei will be able to show us the same one? Danzo, who had not noticed a bunch of guys unfamiliar to him before, hearing the last sentence, which was said too loudly and deliberately, immediately became interested and looked at them, stopping at a dark-haired girl who, oddly enough, looked at him rather hostilely. The man stopped. He definitely recognized the features of the Uchiha clan and involuntarily became interested in the drawn specimen. The girl also started to slow down her pace, as some tactless blonde, whom he knew firsthand, grabbed her in an armful and dragged her forward. "I'm sure that Sasuke is also very interested in this technique," the boy responded loudly and already with pressure, almost hissing, added, "and we will go to Sensei right now to find out more about her." Danzo chuckled to himself and went on. Uchiha angrily threw off Naruto's hand and went after Sakurai, and Uzumaki, unexpectedly realizing that he forgot to breathe, exhaled loudly and stomped after his partners. "I don't know what kind of problems you have there again, but I really hope that you will bring me up to date someday," Sakurai somehow said, not even particularly interested, and turned off the straight road, heading for his home. Naruto and Sasuke quietly mumbled something like goodbye and headed on. It is not known where, but they were walking quite sure, as if to a certain destination. "If there is a coup again, we will prevent it," Naruto interrupted her, pulling off his bandage from his forehead and ruffling his hair. Uchiha just grinned. If only it could be done as simply as saying, "Itachi hasn't been himself lately." "I think everything leads to this. I don't think so. By the way, about Orochimaru. The Chunin exam is coming soon. I think you remember how it ended last time. I would say that in this world they are friendlier with Jiraiya, and in general, Orochimaru is in the village, which is already good. What if, wait, what did you say?" Stunned by what he heard, the blonde stopped and fixed an incredulous look at the Uchiha. "What do you mean, Dobe?" The girl asked irritably and frowned at him. "You started talking about yourself in a feminine way, Sasuke." Uchiha was a little stunned by herself and, turning away, let the air out of her lungs. "Oh, no. We're losing him." "What is the fool?" shouted the boy, attracting attention to himself. Uchiha, even if she was not in turmoil, was still silent, because she perfectly understood her mistake, because of which this Uzumaki would dig up to her for the rest of her life. If she still knew how to get back, it would be great at all. Even if this world is much better than the one in which she lived before, the mere mention that now she is not a guy, but some little snotty girl, immediately changed her opinion in the opposite direction. After all, it's cool to live in a new hypostasis, right? The blonde remained ignored, and therefore decided not to aggravate the situation and just keep silent. When Naruto just started to approach his house, he began to feel an incredibly powerful chakra. A very familiar chakra. Kurama. Kurama, what is it? Why do I feel you there? It's bad. Hurry up. When Kurama spoke very briefly and without detailed explanations, one could only mentally groan and start running. Because in this case, not the most joyful events await them. After a moment, Naruto abruptly turned the handle and pulled the door open. With each step, the chakra became denser and began to press heavily with its power. Crossing the threshold of his house, he first of all ran into the kitchen, but before he could see anything, something flew into him and hit him hard in the face. Uzumaki fell to the floor, and the carcass of Menma fell on him, who was simply thrown aside by a strong technique. The guy immediately rolled off Naruto, barely getting to his feet and looking at a familiar face with scars on his cheeks. "Get up. Quickly. Find your father and bring him here." Naruto abruptly got to his feet and realized that there was none other than his mother in the kitchen. She was completely enveloped by the nine-tailed chakra and could not control its power. The fox had completely subdued her and now he wanted to destroy everything here through her. "Kurama, what should I do? Is there any way you can contact him? He's got a tail. He's not just a tailed one, he's my reflection in this reality. And I do not know what our meeting can lead to." Naruto barely had time to react and the flow of demonic chakra was directed at him. Reflecting the incomprehensible technique of the Kubi who had mastered her mother, he pushed Menma aside. There was a terrible explosion in the kitchen. The ceiling cracked, and the walls were simply thrown out with huge energy in places. What are you doing, little one? We're not joking here, I'm telling you to call your father. Run away from here, the guy spat in the boy's face in a hoarse voice and, moving away, began to collect the chakra in his palms. I don't think he hasn't felt what's going on here yet. It is necessary to detain her, Naruto said, and with precise movements of his hands gathered the necessary technique, after which several dozen of his clones appeared around. They quickly ran into the kitchen and tried to approach Kushina. As it turned out, unsuccessfully, because one by one she beat them aside and they disappeared in a thick cloud of smoke. Damn it, Naruto, what a jerk you are. She can't control herself, she can kill you at any second. What exactly do you not understand in my words? Get out of here while you're alive, you idiot. Grabbing his brother by the breasts, Menma shouted hoarsely, pushing him towards the door. But Naruto stubbornly stood his ground. I'm not going to run away. My mother is there, and what do you suggest? They rolled from one corner of the room to the other, passing a new stream of murderous energy. We need to get through to her consciousness. Then she might be able to take control of the fox, Menma clicked, but, getting up, tried to reach the enraged woman. It's even surprising that she hasn't moved yet. Maybe Kushina is still struggling with the demon inside herself and trying to get the better of him, Mom. Please don't let him fix himself. Do you hear me? Fight. Red, bloody eyes looked at Menma, which, as it seemed to him, suddenly flashed with their native dark blue color. With an animal roar, he was thrown in the opposite direction. Kurama, this is not the case. You will have to meet. What? This can lead to irreparable consequences. I don't care. I can't keep losing my loved ones. Kurama remained silent. Naruto began to approach Kushina. A scarlet chakra slowly gathered around him, his eyes became bloodshot, and the scars on his cheeks became much clearer. The facial features somehow sharpened, several tails from the chakra appeared behind his back. There was a predatory grin on his face. Glad to meet you, Kurama said in a hoarse and bass voice through Naruto, forcing his opponent to calm down his ardor and get a little fucked up from life. What are you, how can I explain it to you? I am you. Don't you really feel a kindred soul, huh? Kyubi didn't wait for an answer, and therefore, taking a deep breath, he turned to his Jinchuriki, and now, Naruto, we'll figure it out for ourselves. Kurama tried to put the blonde to sleep, but this time he failed. Surprisingly, Naruto resisted like never before. Don't you dare, you idiot, do that. You don't even have a clue how to pull this off. Maybe. I'm improvising. The fox answered vaguely. You're all going to die. Whoever you are, I will destroy you. The nine-tailed Kushina roared, and again a huge funnel of black chakra began to gather in front of him. Then Kurama realized that negotiations would not solve the problem, so he immediately enveloped Menma and Naruto with a shield of chakra. The defense completely absorbed the destructive technique, and the tailed one began to fold the seals again with a roar. Kurama came out of Naruto's body and decided to take the fight. But it was very risky to fight with the fox's essence while he took control of Kushina's body, because the damage primarily fell on her. Kushina's demon fox suddenly froze in place, his eyes changed color and acquired some kind of incomprehensible pattern. Kurama felt an incredible pressure on himself, as if something was subordinating him to his control, and he, making every effort, turned behind his back to see what his opponent was looking at with horror. Sasuke didn't understand exactly how to use these eyes to control the tailed ones. But she knew that it was possible now, just right, she somehow managed it on a subconscious level. But my eyes hurt terribly, just activating Mange-kai gave me pain in my head, and using the technique made my eyes bleed mercilessly. I'm going to go fucking blind, stated Uchiha, feeling that a little more, and the fox will break out, and she will not be able to do anything. Naruto quickly caught himself and, holding Kushina by the head, began diligently transferring his chakra to her so that she regained consciousness. Some 3 seconds passed, which lasted like an eternity, after which Kushina slowly began to recover, and the fox chakra around her weakened. There were only 2 tails left around and a very small seal of the scarlet chakra, which was also gradually dissolving. Naruto felt that the chakra of his small body was sorely lacking to him, and if this process was stopped, then everything would repeat again. Kurama was already inside him and helped as much as he could, but the 2 narrow channels of Naruto's chakra now could not accept such power of the nine-tailed as before. When a dark haze enveloped his eyes, the blonde was abruptly dragged away from Kushina, after which he was picked up in his arms and carried out of the house. The ninja medic put his palm to his forehead and the boy, feeling the warmth, slowly began to recover. "What's wrong with Mom?" The question flew out even before he had time to think about everything. The ninja helped him slowly get up and rest his back against the wall. "Yondaime will figure it out herself, don't worry." This Yondaime couldn't have hurried a little, Uchiha grumbled very close by. The medic was bandaging her eyes with bandages, dried blood remained on her cheeks, and the crystal white shirt was now mottled with scarlet spots. "How bad is it? What do you think, Dobe?" "I do not know a word that could describe all this. Because he's a jerk." The ninja medics retreated to Menma, who was sitting opposite them. Abrasions on the face, scratches that mercilessly tore the t-shirt, and a bleeding nose. He waved away the help of the doctors with all his might and tried to get up, most likely to go into the house. Although what's left of it can no longer be called a home, after some time, Minato came out of there, carrying Kushina in his hands. The medics immediately crowded around her, and Minato gave orders. "I've updated the seal. Take her to the hospital and check if everything is fine." "I'll be there soon." Jonin picked up the woman's body and flew away with the speed of the wind towards the hospital. "Why did you climb into the house, knowing that you could have died?" Minato asked seriously, knitting his eyebrows on the bridge of his nose. Naruto and Menma rolled their eyes. Perhaps Sasuke would have done the same if it hadn't been for the blindfold. "While you wait," Menma responded unfriendly and, somehow getting up from his seat, was about to go far away, but one of the doctors stopped him and put his palm with a chakra to his stomach, which was bleeding terribly because of scratches. The guy abruptly pushed the medic away and walked on, already moving his legs a little more confidently. Immediately, a smug face of Danzo appeared in front of them, who was undoubtedly glad of the small failure of Yondaime, and did not even try to hide it. As usual, Itachi and Shursui appeared next to him, who were his constant companions on all missions. "Well, Yondaime-sama, I think it's worth thinking about how you're going to protect the whole village without being able to protect even your wife." "From myself," the old man grinned. Naruto, gritting his teeth, tried to control himself so as not to smear the old man's face on the wall. Although he wouldn't have done it anyway without unpleasant consequences for him, Minato didn't answer, pretending not to notice him at all. But the Hokage was well aware that he would not leave him alone soon and the situation would have to be corrected somehow in any case. Danzo and Shursui went into the house, and Itachi stayed outside with Sasuke, incredulously examining the bandages covering her eyes. According to the doctor, the girl overextended her eyes. Moreover, if she woke up Sharingan recently, it could have a very bad effect on her health and on her eyes in general. And for Uchiha, this is a tragedy. "Yes, everything is fine," the girl waved her brother away. He examined her again, pursing his lips, but left her alone. While the Jonins were sorting through the wreckage and asking Yondaime about the possible causes of Kurama's chakra surge, Naruto decided to find Menma. You never know what could have happened to him there. He did not let the doctors examine himself and disappeared from sight. "Where are you going?" Uchiha asked, hearing the rustling when her partner was getting up. "For Menma." "Are you coming?" "Yes." Uzumaki was a little confused at first, but after a second he took her hand and pulled. Sasuke stood up and rather abruptly pulled her palm out of his grasp. "Yes, in this form you will go far," the blonde man chuckled. "Shut up, Dobe," the girl hissed and grabbed Naruto by the wrist. The guys went unnoticed in this turmoil, and therefore left without any problems. It was also not possible to find Menma without incident. Sasuke constantly stumbled, crashed somewhere, flew into someone. Meanwhile, Naruto was grinning maliciously and laughing quietly into his collar. Uchiha held him by the wrist and did not allow him to support himself in any other way, which is why Naruto spat on it and decided to make fun of it a little, specially making pillars appear in her way, and stones under her feet. Dobe, Sasuke began in a sepulchral tone after the next person she encountered. That's it, I get it. Naruto really understood. And I decided not to test my fate. In one of the least noticeable alleys, Menma was sitting with his back against a cold wall and holding onto his badly scratched stomach, which was bleeding mercilessly. Naruto, passing by, did not notice him. However, Uchiha, having completely accidentally turned off the planned path, crashed into the wall opposite his brother, hissing and yelling at Uzumaki, thanks to which the second noticed his missing brother. Menma, the blonde, interrupted the girl's malicious tirade. You need to be taken to the Irionans. As you can see, I'm still alive. I can even talk. So leave me alone. Uzumaki gritted his teeth in anger, but did not budge. He squatted down in front of his brother and turned his gaze first to the wounds, and then into his eyes. He didn't give in either. They would have played peekaboo for a long time if this silence hadn't started to strain Uchiha. She slowly removed the bandages, which came off with a nasty wet squelch from her eyes. However, it was not possible to open them. The half-dried blood simply blinded the eyelids with each other. Menma was the first to grimace and get up from his seat. With such a view, it is clearly not worth walking around Konoha. What to him, what to his brother with Uchiha. Are you all right, Uchiha? What do you think, Namikaze? Menma raised his eyes to the sky. Kami, how difficult it is with this petty stuff. Snatching the bandages from Sasuke's hands, Menma tied them around her eyes again, only turning the clean side. It didn't work out very well, but it will do for the first time. Drag your girlfriend to the hospital. He turned to Naruto already. Thus, through the least crowded streets, the three of them reached the Konoha Central Hospital. The Irionans, noticing them from the window, came out to meet them and took them one by one to different offices for examinations. There were absolutely no scars or scratches on Naruto. They seemed to have evaporated, only frozen blood remained, erasing which, the doctors went into a stupor. As far as they remembered, the boy was wounded. Not as much as his brother, but at least the scratches on his body should have remained. This was evidenced by the torn t-shirt in some places, soaked in his blood. Naruto did not pay attention to the dumb question in the eyes of the doctors, pretending that absolutely nothing out of the ordinary had happened. And inside, a cauldron of emotions was burning, mostly consisting of indignation. Kurama, what the fuck? It's involuntary. But we're taking a big risk. Menma saw everything, and the Uchiha who appeared with Danzo could also see, only the fact that they did not activate their Sharingan saved them. This Sasuke is right, I should close my chakra and stop its access. And then what? Nothing. You just won't use it. After all, Naruto, how long will you rely on me in this world? Moreover, I won't be able to help you on the exam. We will be watched by the Jonins, among them the Hyuga and Uchiha clans, and nothing will hide from their eyes. Of course it is. But we can throw everything on the fact that the chakra of my mother's Jinchuriki just got to me. Not an option. Quite an option. Well, then you can make it so that not all of my chakra interacts with you, but only a small part of it. Will it go? Decided. Little hero, a nasty voice sounded behind him and the door slammed. Trying not to grimace, Naruto turned to the old man, whom he hated for a reason. And just one look at Minato, who was standing next to him, calmed his storm. He was already looking more calmly at the uninvited guests in the ward. How are you feeling, Naruto? Very well, father. However, the question did not require an answer. Yondaime understood everything as soon as he saw his whole body. Without a single bruise or abrasion, and now we would be interested in how you stopped the tailed one. As far as I know, there were only 2 genins and 1 chunin, Danzo began in a disgustingly soft voice. Naruto tried not to grimace at his tone. Looking into the old man's eyes and thinking about how to present everything to him, he felt the kurama chakras in his body getting smaller and smaller. This made it very unusual. I didn't do much. Everything happened very quickly, and I didn't understand anything. Menma tried to stop the demon, and I just helped him with clones. Then the Uchiha appeared and did something with her Sharingan. After that, the fox stopped digging, trying to pick up neutral words, which, by the way, sounded stupid and childish, said the boy. Then they just pulled me out of there. I didn't really have time to figure it out. Did you do something, you say? The old man thought, and Naruto bit his tongue, immediately realizing that he had said something worth keeping silent about. Danzo got up and left the room, leaving Minato alone with his son. He stared at his child for a long time while Naruto diligently clenched his teeth to a nasty gnash. Then I just wrapped him in my arms, stroking his rough hair with my hand soothingly. I'm proud of you, the boy smiled. What's wrong with mom? It's okay. The fox has been successfully sealed, now she is resting. I think she will be better off under the supervision of doctors than at home. Minato released Naruto and stepped back. I'll see how Menma is. Naruto nodded belatedly, and the door slammed shut again. What Menma saw shocked him. It was not enough that the fox took over my mother's body, so also Naruto. He was just like his mother. But this is absolutely impossible. There's nothing sealed in it. Or does he just not know about it? His brother has been acting very strangely lately. He couldn't figure out what exactly had changed. Maybe he is strained by excessive openness and friendliness, which suddenly began to manifest themselves in a quiet and nondescript boy? Maybe the stubbornness that was never inherent in Naruto. What was it at all some time ago in their house? Questions swarmed in my head like a noisy hive, and soon an unpleasant sharp pain shot through my temples. The wounds on his body were washed and disinfected. He absolutely refused to be treated with chakra. His body did not heal wounds like ordinary people. Regeneration took place many times faster. Mom said it was because of her fox's chakra, which is partially in the body of his eldest child. And very soon, instead of deep scratches, he will have only memories of them. As about the consequences of that day, which he is unlikely to forget. The door creaked, and Minato entered the room. Menma slowly let out air through clenched teeth and, running his hand through his long hair, removed the stuck hair from his face. It's worth keeping silent about Naruto for now. It is also not necessary to pile this on Yondaime, who will have apparently invisibly work after this case. What did you do in general so that? Itachi asked dully, carefully watching the fingers of the medic, who slowly wiped the bloody traces from his sister's eyes and cheeks with cotton wool. Irainen was very cautious and slow, which gradually began to annoy the girl. Perhaps she thought she was in pain. But no, now his eyes did not hurt at all, and the only reminder of the recent incident was the frozen blood on his face, which did not allow him to open his eyes and see what was happening around. But she could feel her brother's frown even on her skin. Sasuke, I'm talking to you, Itachi said in the same tone, but this time there were metallic notes in it. The medic got goosebumps from this quiet voice, which rang worse than any scream. The girl was not at all embarrassed by this. And I've heard other things. I have no idea. Indeed, she still didn't understand what she had done, how she had stopped the fox, why her eyes were bleeding so violently, but Itachi was silent. And she knew he was waiting for details. I don't know, she repeated irritably. Itachi clicked his tongue. Perhaps he would have said something else, if not for the new actor, who appeared as always suddenly. Danzo swaggered in from the threshold and peered into the girl's face, completely ignoring Itachi, who was not friendly to meet him. The prickly gaze clung to her eyes, which, unfortunately for him, were now closed. With a wry smile, the old man stepped back a little and spoke. "They say you stopped the 9 tails. Don't twitch," the medical girl said sternly, changing the cotton wool again for a new one and walking over the closed eyelids. Sasuke gritted her teeth, but a nervous laugh still escaped her lips. The village elder did not receive an answer. She didn't have time to understand anything. Danzo, sama. Interesting. Namikaze didn't have time to understand anything either. Either they're really a bit stupid, or, do they have something to hide? The question was addressed to the brunette, who frowned, turned her head in the direction from which the voice came. "If it concerned you, it concerns me first of all, girl," the old man interrupted her harshly, "and you should choose your expressions." Sasuke grinned, but didn't answer. Because otherwise, Itachi would have burned her with just one look. Feeling that nothing hindered her, she opened her eyes. She squeezed her eyes shut a little because of the bright light and, blinking, finally looked at Danzo, who stared at her with his unblinking little eyes with dislike. "Let me escort you, Mr. Elder," Itachi politely addressed him, trying to dispel the tense atmosphere. Sasuke snorted loudly, expressing her attitude to the whole situation. And even the elder Uchiha's eyebrows, angrily drawn together on the bridge of her nose, did not bother her a bit. Danzo turned away and left, slamming the door loudly. "Good riddance, Sasuke." The brunette shushed warningly and followed him out of the ward. The stretched threads almost burst and, as soon as these two came out, it became much easier to breathe. And the medic and the girl exhaled noisily. "You shouldn't do that," the girl quietly addressed her patient. "I've got problems for my brother, and for myself." Sasuke lowered her head. Damn, when did he ever express his emotions so clearly? It became even funny. "It's her now." The door hit the wall with a loud bang and Sakurai and Naruto flew into the room. Noticing that she was not alone, and looking warily at the frowning medical girl, they quietly went to another corner. "We have a new task," the pink-haired man announced, poking the scroll in the brunette's face. She took the scroll away with displeasure and read it. "Yeah, rank C." Irionen clicked her tongue and shook her head, looking at the loud boys. Then she turned to Sasuke and, having folded all the accessories, addressed her. "There's nothing wrong with my eyes. But don't overexert them anymore. If they suddenly get sick, go straight to the hospital. Understand?" "Yes." The guys watched her go, and as soon as the door slammed shut for the umpteenth time that day, they started moving. "Why now?" the brunette asked uncomprehendingly, waving a scroll in front of Sakurai. "You are better informed about what happened today." "I know almost nothing. I only know that because of this, all genins and chunins were given tasks so that they would not get in the way while the ANBU was sorting it out." Sasuke nodded. "But what they will deal with there is completely unclear. Will they deal with Kushina? Or with her, Naruto and Menma, who, thanks to their own efforts, will not be in the village? And by the way, about that," Sakurai remarked, "would you like to tell me exactly what happened?" "Let's go for Kakashi," Naruto addressed them, walking forward to the exit. "I'll tell you everything on the way." Although it was about a particularly important task already from the rank, which was really something unreal for a squad of new genins, it also turned out to be quite dreary and hardly interesting. Escort. It would be fine for some important bigwigs with important information to an equally important country, so there is no protection for the academy students as long as they are either on a small hike, or on some kind of excursion. Obviously, all this was created only in order to get rid of the children getting in the way and quickly cover up the traces of the Nine-Tails stay before the news reached the civilians. Although it is not surprising that many were already quietly whispering among themselves on this topic, independently thinking out the missing fragments of history. And where are we going?" Naruto finally asked. "To the Valley of Rebirth," Kakashi informed, folding his hands. Uzumaki and Uchiha frowned at each other, exchanging a whole bunch of questions and possible answers with just one glance. "However, don't you know that almost all the students of the academy are taken there for a small excursion?" I hope you haven't forgotten yours yet." Sakurai averted his eyes and scratched his head. He was clearly not strong in history, which, of course, was depressing, because neither Naruto nor Sasuke knew anything about this world. It was worth finding out everything right away, and how did it happen that they don't even know the slightest information about this universe? The four of them stood at the gates of Konoha and waited for the students and the teacher to come, and then it would finally be possible to hit the road. Yes, Naruto, we will have to take up thick volumes of history. And how did it happen that neither you nor Uchiha ever thought of doing this before? Yes, you're right. Especially after what happened, you won't be able to look at all this through your fingers. It's time to stop believing that the events of this world do not concern us. Kurama didn't say anything, just nodded his head. However, Naruto did not see this, turning his attention to a small group of guys who, led by a tall gray-haired man of advanced years, were approaching them. The man was holding in his hands a thick book, apparently on history, and in his hands a pointer, which he waved briskly in different directions, enthusiastically explaining something to his students, who were listening to the teacher. Surprisingly, very carefully, noticing Jonin, the man greeted him and nodded to the guys as a greeting. The children whispered among themselves, looking with interest at the small handbags with weapons and armbands with a drawing of the genin leaf that stood in front of them, and listened to the even more impressive Jonin, who, in addition to all that, also had a green tank top with many pockets. I hope you haven't forgotten your school history teacher yet? Hatake rattled off quickly, wanting to finish the welcome part as soon as possible and proceed directly to the task. The sooner this tour starts, the sooner it will end. And Sensei didn't even think about straining about this children's task, which was awarded the C rank for no reason at all. If we could at least memorize it, Naruto grinned. "Hello, Navaki-san," Haruno greeted. "Well, at least this Sakurai knows people, and that's good. Hello, guys. I am very glad to see you again. So how does it feel to be geniuses?" And there was a long routine conversation about how they feel great in the new team as genins. When asked how well they remembered the last excursion to the Valley of Rebirth, everyone pointedly looked away, pretending that the question was not asked by them, but at least by Kakashi-sensei, who was carelessly walking ahead. Sakurai alone had to answer a lot of questions from the historian, because the rest of the team behaved extremely quietly. But soon, to the delight of everyone, they finally arrived at their destination. Two huge stone statues of famous people were separated from each other by a noisy waterfall, and their hands, joined in a friendly handshake, formed a kind of bridge. Something new, Naruto chuckled to himself. "Well, guys," Navaki began to squeal loudly, "I think you know who it is without me." "Well?" He looked around hopefully at all the guys. They nodded and randomly pronounced the names of Uchiha and Senju. The teacher nodded contentedly and turned his gaze back to the stone structures, starting his long lecture. "In honor of them, these two monuments were built to forever leave in our memory the shinobi, thanks to which Konoha exists. I think it's worth telling a little background story." As he spoke, they all approached a small waterfall, and it became more and more difficult to listen to him. The noise of the water covered all the sounds. However, the seventh team, which was not privy to all these details, tried not to miss a word. Initially, Konoha did not exist at all. There were many clans that fought against each other, but the strongest among them were still the Senju and Uchiha clans. All the largest wars in history before the creation of Konoha are connected with these clans. However, no one remembered why they were at enmity, why they hated each other, how it all started, but the dislike was very strong. So, one day, somewhere in this place, little Madara and Hashirama met and became friends without knowing anything about each other at all. Navaki-san stopped next to the thundering waves that were about to splash him all over with water, but soon he turned back and walked in the opposite direction, heading for the stairs. It was possible to climb up to the very top and climb on the head of the first Hokage. So, after that, quite a long time passed, and Madara and Hashirama learned everything about each other. That's how it all started. They constantly fought against each other, but no one won for many years. As a result, becoming the heads of their clans, they decided to go to the world and create Konoha. In fact, being unofficial, but recognized rulers, they adjusted everything in the village, eliminated problems between other clans, controlled the order, and Senju and Uchiha gradually got closer. When the question of the head of the hidden leaf arose, a vote was held where every villager could express his opinion. Oddly enough, most of them were for Uchiha Madara. Sensei spat out venomously at the last, unable to restrain his emotions. Oddly enough, Naruto slyly remarked, and Sasuke snorted loudly in response so that the teacher could hear. Navaki-san bit his tongue a little, clicking. He definitely expressed his opinion too loudly, saying only 3 words that could just as well be ignored. The heated atmosphere around could almost be felt with your fingers. Just think how words that accidentally fly off the tongue can completely spoil the opinion of a person. Kakashi looked askance at Naruto, as if he was to blame for everything, but he successfully ignored him, conducting another dialogue with Kurama somewhere in his subconscious, and Sakurai covered his forehead with his fingers, eloquently expressing his opinion about the situation. But there is a statue of Hashirama Senju on the Hokage rock. The boy with the coat of arms of the Uchiha clan noticed, blinking his eyes in surprise, and the teacher, mentally thanking him for at least some sound in the ringing silence, began to answer hurriedly, "Well, I haven't finished yet." So, the Hokage chose Madara Uchiha, but at the very end he refused and, pulling Hashirama out of the crowd, put a Hokage hat on him and declared him the first Hokage of the village of the Hidden Leaf. Then everyone was in shock, but they couldn't argue with him. And why did he do it? One of the girls asked in surprise, "How can you give up the title of Hokage?" "Well, we don't know that anymore. Who knows what prompted him to do this? But Madara defended our village together with Hashirama." Although Hashirama was officially considered the ruler, in fact they were both the main ones in Konoha, everyone's word had the same weight. And this place, they finally stopped at the very top of the first one and, barely breathing, began to look around nervously. The guys were afraid to simply fall from this height. And Kakashi, with one glance, gave the command to his trio to keep a close eye on them so that no one would get hurt. They call it the Valley of Rebirth or the Beginning, because their fateful meeting took place here, thanks to which we are all here now. However, it was built after their death. "It remains only to shed a tear," Kurama snorted, not particularly imbued with this too peaceful story. "And in general, where is the part with me? Since Kubi is sealed in Kushin, it means he was in Mito too. And before that, there was going to be another battle between Uchiha and Senju, in which Madara uses my power. And after that, Hashirama will seal me in his wife. If this did not happen, then how did my copy end up in Kushin at all? Or is this old man missing something?" Naruto didn't answer, just shrugged his shoulders. The guys immediately perked up and began to ask the teacher to allow them to go to the other side to Uchiha Madara. Not to say that Navaki-san was glad of the unexpected revival of the guys, because only the shaking hands of stone statues stretched over a fast river, followed by a small waterfall, served as a kind of bridge. And it was quite dangerous to ferry children to the other shore, which Sensei expressed to everyone and shook his head. The boys hung their heads and, turning, slowly stretched back to the lawn. The trio, led by Kakashi-sensei, watched them intently so that no one would stumble and fall down. Fortunately for them, this assignment ended pretty soon. A small historical reference, a purely symbolic walk to the statues of the forefathers, and hardly the necessary accompaniment in the form of genins, who until recently were themselves only students of the academy. With every step that brought them closer to the gates of the village, the guys wanted to get rid of these children and sensei as soon as possible and still find out what was happening in their absence. However, they were not lucky this time either. Obito literally appeared out of nowhere and swung at Kakashi, who also, not remaining in debt, intercepted his fist and bumped his forehead against it. Howling, the two adult men recoiled from each other, furiously rubbing their injured heads with their hands. Are you crazy? Obito yelled, and Kakashi had already more or less pulled himself together and calmly looked at his partner. I wanted to hit my nose. Well, thank you for not hitting it at least. Navaki-san quickly took his students to the academy before the typical brawl between the 4th grade students began, and Sakurai, Naruto and Sasuke with Obito's team, which included Hinata, Tora and Sai, remained to watch the fight. It is unclear why it started and why it is still continuing. While Uchiha and Namikaze silently watched the sensei, Hirono frowned at the neighboring team. He was especially taken out by the self-confident look of Hyuga, who looked at their team and, in particular, at Sakurai, as a piece of shit, not worthy of such a person as Hinata, at least breathing the same air with them. The pink-haired man always disliked these hugs. Well, he couldn't find a common language with them. They are all sick in the head, it's better to go around for kilometers, the boy modestly believed. And, in principle, about half of their class had the same opinion. The only one who got along with her from their class was Tora Uchiha. He was not a bad boy, and Sakurai respected him for his strength and intelligence, but sometimes he was arrogant and worse than Hyuga. Perhaps because of this, they have become closer since school and now work well together in one team. The third in the team, namely, Sai, was a very silent and sullen boy. Not only Sakurai, almost no one in the class knew who he was, where he came from, who his parents were. In the middle of the last year, Danzo brought him to the academy and put him among the others. He did not talk at all, except in class, showing everyone the storehouse of his knowledge about everything that he was only asked about, and therefore many preferred to simply bypass him. And, in principle, Sai would fit into any team, since his presence was hardly noticeable. After one last glance at Hinata, who was still devouring their team with her pale and lifeless eyes, he turned to the adult men rolling on the ground, who took turns beating each other with their fists. Crazy, Sakurai stated. The others agreed with him completely, but did not speak out loud. Sensei, we're leaving if that's all for today. Go, Obito panted, and Hatake was too busy with the next lunge. It seems that they were resolving some kind of dispute, and therefore they were simply tense to the limit. And it's okay that there's an emergency situation in the village right now. Shrugging their shoulders, the 6 guys separated and, deigning each other only with silent glances, dispersed in different directions. Naruto and Sasuke did not delve into how exactly they should talk to their former classmates, and they were not particularly eager, and Sakurai just kept silent. Indeed, why would he waste his energy on people unworthy of him? Where to now? Hirono asked. I'm going to my father. I'll find out how Mom and Menma are, Naruto replied, slightly accelerating his pace. Sakurai nodded and turned his gaze to Sasuke. I don't know, Uchiha shrugged her shoulders. To Itachi, probably. And I'm going nowhere. Which one of you should I go with then? Sakurai smiled and looked significantly at Uchiha, putting one hand on her shoulder. She, of course, dropped it at the same moment. With Naruto, of course, pointing her finger at her partner, Sasuke simply replied and, barely waving her hand, turned in the other direction, heading towards the street of the Uchi clan. Sakurai lowered his head dejectedly and followed Namikaze. He patted him knowingly on the back, unwittingly imagining that Sakura would just drive him into the ground for such an outburst. But Hirono is lucky that Uchiha is not so hot-tempered and, if she decides, she will kill immediately, without preliminary torture, probably. Naruto twisted his face too ominously, because Sakurai incredulously took his hand off his shoulder and moved 2 steps to the side, cautiously peering into blue eyes. Sasuke said about Itachi only in order to get rid of the company of her partners as soon as possible and stay at least a little in silence, but, as they say, if you remember the devil, it will appear. Trying to reach the Uchiha district on the roofs of civilian houses, she hardly hoped to come face to face with her brother on one of them completely by accident. Moreover, in the truest sense of the word. Where are you going? Itachi asked suspiciously calmly, looking closely at his sister's face. Sasuke just shrugged her shoulders vaguely. What's there? She pointed with her chin towards the Hokage rocks. Uchiha Sr. immediately realized that she was asking about the situation with the nine-tailed. There was a surge of chakra in Kushina-san, so Kubi broke free. Well, I almost broke out. However, I personally am more interested in what you did there and how your eyes are now. I was with Naruto. Everything is fine with the eyes, what will become of them? The brunette waved her hand dismissively. Itachi clucked with displeasure. He didn't like the way his sister treated the improved genome of their clan at all. And I'm more interested in what the hell are you so obsequiously serving this Danzo? Itachi at first looked at her uncomprehendingly, and then somehow vaguely grinned at the corners of his lips and turned away. He's my mentor. And I would advise you not to conflict with him. And it's better not to get involved at all. Understand? Wow, how menacing. What kind of fright is this? The girl looked at him with displeasure, but she did not wait for an answer. Did he say something to you? I mean, Sasuke, he and I are obliged to constantly contact each other. Do you really think that during this long period of time he managed with a single something? It looks like the guy was already openly amused. No, well, I mean, anything weird? Sasuke shrugged her shoulders vaguely, looking into the eyes of the opposite questioningly. Itachi didn't like this tone anymore. It was obvious that his sister was hiding something. Something about Danzo. So, Sasuke, Itachi began to say with a heavy sigh, drawing her attention to himself. Why are you interested in Danzo at all? I'm not interested in him, the girl interrupted him. I just don't like him, the older brother chuckled, but did not continue the conversation. He hastily patted Sasuke's hair, which was in a terrible mess after the situation with the tailed one, and, jumping off the roof, disappeared from sight. And Uchiha hardly cared about the chaos on her head, because it did not go into any comparison with what was happening in her now. The idea of spying on her brother was the most absurd of all that could visit her, but, of course, this could be the only opportunity to learn at least something about him and, including, about Danzo. She jumped down. After him, Sakurai seemed to have sworn not to leave Namikaze alone until he described in all colorful details what had happened in his absence and why the whole Konoha was on its ears. Naruto could only start the story with a heavy sigh. Missing, of course, the moments with his Kurama and Mangekyo Uchiha, which Haruno was not worth knowing yet, but this was enough for the pink-haired one to spend almost the rest of the way enthusiastically chirping about the tailed one, about his incredible power. Kurama inside Naruto has long since got Uzumaki with his thoughtful speeches that only the blonde does not see all his significance and incredible charisma. A fox with charisma, sounds. Naruto neighed to himself, and Kyuubi slowly exhaled through his teeth in response, trying not to pay attention to Naruto's words and listen more to Haruno's eulogies. Naruto, tired as hell for the whole day, could barely stand on his feet, but still dragged himself to Minato to talk a little. He was also going to visit Kushina, then go to Menma. Perhaps he was unlikely to reach the last two, because the question of whether he would fall here and now was still open. Sakurai carefully supported him with his hand under his elbow when he accidentally stumbled out of the blue and shouted a little, forcing him to wake up and go on himself. But suddenly Haruno shouted almost for no reason and whistled under his breath. Naruto looked at him with displeasure, then shifted his gaze to the object of his observation and also slightly opened his mouth. In front of him stood a trio of painfully familiar guys. The Sand Team. Temari and Kankuro, who hadn't changed a bit even in this world, were standing on the sides of a short, scarlet-haired girl. He would hardly have recognized Gaara in her if it weren't for the kanji, love, on the left side of her forehead, which was not hidden by a long bang on the side. Uzumaki, in principle, is no stranger to precipitating at least once a day, but this time it was really strong. Because Gaara, Kami-sama, Gaara, I was a girl here. The shock didn't last long. Looking at Gaara, he even thought that it was some kind of stupid mistake that he was a guy in that world. After all, being a girl was incredibly becoming to him. Naruto couldn't formulate this thought in his head. To Sasuke in a new hypostasis, for example, he could not get used to this day, especially because she had not yet forgotten her masculine habits. Of course, it's still better now than at the very beginning. Naruto controlled it himself, because shooting at such a trifle is just what they lacked for a complete failure. But Gaara, the blonde, seemed to have always known him as a girl. A pretty girl. The last thought in his head confused Naruto for a second, but when he heard Kurama's hooting in his subconscious, Uzumaki grinned himself. He grinned, looking at Gaara. Did you see something funny? The hot-tempered Temari asked, slowly pulling her hand towards her huge fan behind her back. No, dear, Sakurai quickly rattled off, grabbing Naruto by the collar warningly and pushing him back a little. He was thinking about something of his own. Temari, apparently, did not accept such an answer and was grabbing the handle of her weapon when the scarlet-haired girl stopped her with one glance and looked at Naruto. I'm Naruto. Smiling, he held out his hand to the girl. The blonde man has been waiting for this meeting for a very long time. Perhaps he missed him less than he missed Neji or, for example, Jiraiya, but it was very pleasant to see familiar and native faces, albeit with minor gender issues. Gaara, she looked at the outstretched hand for a long time and incredulously, but in the end she quickly shook it. Her face, which had not yet changed in expression, was now somehow surprised and confused. Kankuro, who was standing slightly behind his sisters, shook his hand himself and pulled a smile on his face, and Temari turned away and said nothing. And I'm Sakurai. It's very nice to meet you too. I hope we will meet you in a fair battle on the exam. The pink-haired man winked at the girls and, under Temari's angry growl, grabbed Naruto by the elbow and dragged him forward. Uzumaki released his hand from his grip and looked at him with displeasure. He wanted to have a little talk with Gaara, although he had no idea how to bring a silent girl to the conversation, whose sister could quite beat the brains out of him. But this is already the 10th problem. Listen, Sakurai, Namikaze, you're weird. Why did you suddenly decide to meet the guys from the sand? I'm not even familiar with ours, Haruno chuckled, interrupting the blonde in mid-sentence. Tell me that you've fallen in love with Gaara in a new incarnation. Kurama laughed. Naruto frowned at his partner. Don't tell me you liked that girl with the weird makeup. Haruno grinned slyly. Naruto grinned back and raised his eyebrows comically. No, Namikaze, are you serious? It was not surprising that after a short period of time Sasuke still lost sight of her brother, and deciding that it was stupid to go somewhere hoping for luck, she stopped and looked around. She led herself into some kind of dense semblance of a forest, and it was time to admit that she did not know how to go back at all. But she was distracted from the stream of thoughts by a quiet rustle nearby and a low whisper. Activating the Sharingan and hiding the chakra, she silently jumped to the top of the tree and peered into the darkness below. The two figures walked slowly, talking about something. They don't do anything, there is nothing strange in their behavior, said a voice unknown to Sasuke. I assure you, the Uchiha want to make a coup. Do you think the release of the nine-tailed is just a splash of the Kushina chakra? What stupidity! It was run by Uchiha. I don't understand what the fourth is trying to achieve by trying to hide it from everyone. This is just their first step, and we were lucky that we arrived in time before the situation got out of control. They will destroy the whole village, the Hokage, and they will rule the land of fire themselves. I have long suspected that they are up to something bad. Damn, and this voice was familiar just to the point of trembling in my hands and buzzing in my ears. The mere mention of this man just blew Sasuke's mind with anger. We all know that a long time ago Kubi, but Yoko was released by the Uchiha. Then he brought a lot of troubles, and it turned out to justify their clan only because Madara and his subordinates participated in sealing the nine-tailed in Mito and reviving the village. One allegedly guilty Uchiha was killed, and that's it. The case was closed on this. But everything repeats. If no one else wants to see and admit it, we will have to act on our own. And what do you suggest? We can't go up against the Uchiha even if we want to. We want to. Or will you dare to contradict me? Danzo asked louder and harder. We just need to get our hands on their power. What, Sharingan? He should be in my hands. But how will you do it? An unknown man asked with horror, stopping right under the tree where the girl was quiet. Danzo turned to face him. In my subordination there are two very strong shinobi from Uchi, he drawled significantly. Besides, one of them has Sharingan a level stronger. Mangekyo. I need it. I'll take care of that. All you have to do is trust me and prepare the ANBU route for the attack. Should I report to the Hokage? No, the man interrupted. Hokage asked me to do everything quietly and imperceptibly. Is that clear? Yes, Danzo-sama. Danzo left first. Then the stranger disappeared. After sitting on the tree for another 5 minutes, trying to calm the trembling and hear at least something besides the blood pounding in her temples, Sasuke got up and ran along the route the men had run away. Minato was not in his office. After running around all the floors and looking into every office along the way, Naruto and Sakurai never found him. What was strange was that there wasn't a soul in the Hokage residence. Not a single person who could be asked where Yondaime had gone. Last of all, the boys went up to the roof. Minato stood in front of a long squad of ANBU, giving commands one by one to each individually. One by one, the shinobi broke out of an even formation and jumped off the roof as soon as they received an order. The boys, still standing in the doorway, hardly heard anything. The fragments of phrases that reached them could hardly be collected into informative sentences. But they did not dare to approach, they stood there until the Hokage was left alone. What news? Naruto asked, approaching his father after there was no one left on the roof but him. Sakurai stomped after him and stopped, shifting from heel to toe. Nothing new. Minato looked at his son, shifted his gaze to the boy next to him and nodded to him. In case this happens again, the elders and I decided to send the ANBU to the facilities to protect civilians. What do you mean it will happen again? Sakurai asked it. Naruto, Sakurai, it's time for you to go home. Minato translated the topic of conversation and, patting them on the backs, pushed them to the door to exit from the roof. But, father, Menma is still in the hospital. Come to him, and go home together, Minato said finally, turning to his son. Hokage came down from the roof, showing with all his appearance that he would not answer their questions. It was clear that he was extremely annoyed and, plus, he was very worried about something. Naruto needed to listen to him and not make him worry even more, but Uzumaki did not understand. The hospital was under serious guard, Kushina's ward was surrounded by Irionans and Jonins, and therefore there was no need to worry about her. Then why is Yondaime all on edge? Unless the nine-tailed one of this world decides to show himself in public again, thought Kyubi. Her chakra is being controlled. Then maybe it's not about Kushina herself? The fox thought, and from this tone Naruto somehow felt sick. If it's not about his mom, then it's about the nine-tailed one. But how can a sealed fox himself, of his own free will, if Kushina did not spend her chakra or she did not have any outbursts of emotions, break out and control the Jinchuriki's body, there must be someone who will control it from the outside. And that someone has to be either incredibly strong, or possess a Sharingan. The fox voiced Naruto's thoughts to Sakurai. I'll talk to him. Stopping halfway down the stairs, the blonde informed his friend. No problem, I'll go to your brother myself. Sakurai smiled. Naruto looked at him blankly. Why? I'll come in later, leave it at Namikaze. Are you going to tell me more? With you then in detail your dialogue with Yondaime. The boy saluted briskly with 2 fingers and ran down the stairs, jumping 2 or 3 at a time. Naruto shrugged his shoulders in surprise and headed for his father's office. Why do the Uchiha even need a 9-tailed one? To enslave the whole world, Kurama laughed. He did not immediately realize that Naruto was clearly not in the mood for jokes right now. Clearing his throat, he corrected himself. You know my story. What do you think is one of the reasons Uchiha might pursue this time? I don't know. But I don't want history to repeat itself. And it will happen again if the Uchiha clan starts to arouse suspicion again. Well, think for yourself, Kurama. What kind of Uchiha in his right mind will try to release the Kyuubi, then just leave him without breaking the seal to the end? Naruto wondered, hovering in front of the Hokage's office, where the sound of rustling papers and sometimes falling objects came from. A weak Uchiha, the fox simply replied, or someone who wants to annoy this clan a little. Naruto opened the door and closed it with his foot on the other side. Minato, who had been sitting at the table and sorting through another pile of papers and letters, looked at him with displeasure, asking with one glance why the hell he was not 3 kilometers away from the Hokage residence at all. The boy even faded under such a look, but quickly pulled himself together and walked forward, sitting on a chair in front of the desk opposite Namikaze Sr. Father, why can't I know what's going on? Naruto, this does not concern you, the man interrupted him harshly. I already told you to go to your brother. Sakurai has already gone to him. Nothing will happen to him. The boy waved his hand carelessly and looked at the man seriously again. I'd like to know why it might happen again. No, wait, don't say it's none of my business. It's my mom. How can she not touch me? Minato took a deep breath, but didn't speak. He silently burned Naruto with his gaze, as if saying that no, he would not answer. And Uzumaki knew how to play peek-a-boo half of his life with Sasuke. He only did that, oppressive silence, pressing on the temples, and eye to eye. Everything would be fine if it didn't happen to the accompaniment of Kurama's howls from the depths of consciousness. Yes, yes, the great and mighty Hokage. Sit and play your peepers while your wife and village are in danger. It's so important to defeat your own invincible son in the most difficult battle on this earth. The fox muttered monotonously, but, stopping for a while, he shouted with all his might, Naruto, your mother, are you sick or something? What the hell are you wasting your time for? Uzumaki jumped on the spot from this sharp sound. Minato looked at him in surprise, but thanks to this small push, he came to his senses and again grabbed his work waste paper. There were many letters from neighboring countries, in which they still found out about what had happened. In almost every letter, the Kage expressed dissatisfaction with the fact that their genin sent to the exam were in danger. The problem was that if this happened again, the exam would be cancelled, the genins would be taken away, and the country of fire would lose the opportunity to participate in the exam this year. And this will greatly affect diplomatic relations in general, because trust in the sheet will disappear, and no one will send tasks, such as the chain reaction and the possibility of a repeat of what happened took place. And in the very near future. Kyuubi was controlled. He didn't get out by himself. Naruto was no longer surprised by this. He was only surprised that his father spoke at all, and even in such a confidential tone. Who? The elders suspect the Uchiha clan. So we have reached the climax. The denouement of this whole plot, in my humble opinion, will be a small coup, as a result of which all Uchi will be slaughtered. Yokai howled skeptically from the depths of consciousness, and then came to his senses. But this situation, of course, does not please me. And what are you going to do? We are looking for exactly who is involved in this. But I completely agree that this is a conspiracy against the whole village. Who do you agree with? The blond man asked suspiciously, biting his lips and trying to think at least about something abstract, and not about the danger that threatens now not only the notorious clan and his mother, but the whole village. The elders put forward such an opinion. And I do not know what to do. The police are completely at the mercy of the Uchi, so it's not so easy to find out who did it, or to find out exactly that everyone is involved in it. Unfortunately, it will not work. And what, the words stood across my throat, I had to cough to be able to continue, will happen if it turns out that it was a conspiracy. Perhaps at that moment Minato's look said more than words. The elders are very ill-disposed. I'm trying to fix something. If it turns out that it was a conspiracy, I don't even want to think what they will do. The man pursed his lips, running his fingers through his hair. The impending bloodshed clearly did not please him, and it promises to be in the near future. It became clear to Naruto that his father's opinion would hardly be taken into account if the elders began to push. And as everyone in the village knew, these three only know how to take drastic measures. Even where it wasn't worth bringing it to this, and in this case, the situation is even conducive to this. But where is the evidence? Who is the culprit? Will they really act based only on their guesses and beliefs? Who's the Hokage here anyway? Naruto asked loudly, making Minato shudder and finally break away from the monotonous writing. You or the elders? You're here to make decisions just by listening to them, not to follow all their orders. Naruto took a deep breath, noting with pleasure that Minato thought a little about his words. He was not sure that this would force his father to act in any way, but, as all his friends, at least those who remained in his past life, know, Uzumaki knows how to convince with the power of words like no one else. Although this time it turned out a little dry, his friend honestly replied. The blonde man just shrugged. Minato didn't react to him anymore. He was sitting, thinking about something and looking at one point. Naruto decided that it was time for him, and quietly got up from his chair. But it can't be a conspiracy, he finally added quietly, but clearly audible in this silence, and slammed the door behind him. Minato looked at her for a minute, then incredibly calmly ran his hand across the table, throwing all the unnecessary waste paper on the floor, and left the office. Sakurai had already been hovering in front of the door to the ward for a minute. Why? Because he had completely forgotten why the hell he had decided to stomp here to Naruto's brother at all. And most importantly, what will he do? Will she bring him home on his arm? Yes, he is, in principle, not in a deadly condition. His arms and legs are intact. So what? With an angry growl, he banged his head on the wooden surface with a crash and pulled the handle with his other hand. The smell of medicines hit his nose, which for some reason was stronger in this ward, or so it seemed to him from the tension. The boy immediately noticed the bright scarlet shock of Menma's hair, who was sitting on the bed with his head propped on his hand and directing his gloomy and thoughtful gaze at the newcomer. Do you have a lot of lives to beat your head like that? The guy grinned, changing his face to, enough for now. Sakurai calmly walked to the bed and flopped down next to him, clasping his hands in front of him and turning his lowered head to the side. You're dying here, they said. He did a great job, I see, Haruno said dully, frowning at the bandages on his stomach, plasters on his face and bandages on his left arm. Namikaze grabbed the bridge of his nose with his fingers and rubbed it as if his head suddenly began to part at the seams from pain. And only the smile that played on his lips said otherwise. Have you come to share your life? After all, you owe it to me. Sakurai rolled his eyes. Yes, yes, you will remind me of this until the grave. How are you, and what will become of me? A couple of scratches, the guy replied smugly, slyly narrowing his eyes. Yes, of course, the boy replied nervously, again squinting incredulously at the bandages stained with dark, almost dried blood. Did the cat scratch it? Yes, the cat this time was more aggressive and, bigger than usual, and it's scarier. The pink-haired man gave out with a smile. He probably pissed, and then he just didn't want to give up positions in front of his younger brother. Menma also smiled, but somehow hunted, looking at his clenched hands. Sakurai, of course, immediately noticed this and bit his tongue. After all, it was clearly not worth raising this topic. Regretting that he had been so talkative for thousands of times, he ran his hand through the scarlet hair and, slightly pinning him down, forced him to lower his head. as if trying so hard to apologize and make amends to, "Of course, I pissed," the guy laughed nervously. "I was so scared, for Mom, for the little one." Today's incident flashed through my memory again. Mom once again talked about her heroics on the most difficult missions, violently gesticulating and waving her fists while Menma was having lunch. The guy even got a fist on the head a couple of times from the fact that Kushina got used to the role a little. Hardly then could he have thought that his mother, guiltily stroking his injured head, would be enveloped in a demonic chakra in a minute and lose control of her body. "I'm sorry, Menma." "Forget it," the boy's voice literally pulled him out of his thoughts. Sakurai was rarely completely serious. Frowning eyebrows, a wrinkle on his forehead, compressed lips and opaque eyes made him look much older than his incomplete 15 years. It suited him to be a serene, cheerful, quarrelsome boy who hardly cared much about anything in this life. And that's what he looked like. Almost always Namikaze looked at his tense face and, chuckling, threw his arm over his neck and squeezed hard. "For you, Menma-san, a schoolboy," the boy started cursing and kicking, clinging to Menma's hand with his fingers, but it was unlikely that this could help him escape. Sakurai did not want to remain in debt. In strength, he loses to few people, and therefore, throwing his hand over someone else's neck, he began to squeeze in response. Menma chuckled to himself, "Another couple of years, and this devil will put him on his shoulder blades," because already now he clearly had a lot of strength. They fought for quite a long time, puffing and sometimes swearing, because it hurt, but to let go meant giving up. Namikaze, who was a little cautious at first because of his not yet healed and rather deep scratches, jerked, wanting to throw this frisky little over his shoulder, but the wound that opened forced him to loosen his grip and settle on the cold tile. He looked at the incredibly pleased Haruno, feeling the new bandages begin to turn red again from the warm blood. Apparently, Sakurai noticed it too, because after a minute he stopped looking at the defeated opponent with arrogance and began running around the ward, trying to find either new bandages, or the duty Irionin. Apparently, the boy eventually realized that he himself could not cope, and it would be better for him to find Irionin. "I'm going to," stopping at the exit, he threw, "I'll bring help." And he flew out of the ward like a bullet. Menma leaned his back against the bedside table and, throwing back his head, smiled faintly. Sasuke, who was running on Danzo's trail, quickly went out into familiar surroundings. Before that, she had no idea how to get out of the thicket into which she had wandered. It was already dark. It was about 10 at night, but there were a lot of jonins and shinobi in Anbu masks around. Uchiha immediately realized that an alarm had been announced, which means that the matter was more serious than it initially seemed to her. Most of them were in front of the entrance to the courtyard of her clan. "And this, of course, is not suspicious at all," she chuckled to herself. Everyone diligently pretended not to notice her at all, although every person who loomed nearby was watched very carefully. Every Uchiha was under suspicion. And, perhaps, it was Sasuke who was one of those who was not trusted the most. After all, who was in Namikaze's house when the local kurama decided to show himself? Exactly, Uchiha Sasuke. She reached her house without incident and, flying inside, silently passed by her parents, who were going somewhere. Fugaku clearly did not approve of her behavior, throwing something displeased after Itachi's daughter retreating into the room. However, as soon as she came in and realized that Itachi was not there, she immediately came out of there, looking questioningly at her parents, as if she had just seen them. "Where is Itachi? Is something wrong, Sasuke?" Mom asked calmly, smiling a little from the corners of her lips. "Itachi won't be here today. We found the body of Uchiha Shin. We are going to the funeral." The girl frowned, ceasing to fuss and look into every room, approaching her parents. "Have you found it?" "Where? He has been missing on a mission for a long time, and this morning a squad of Chunins returning from a mission found his body. He died quite recently. It's even strange that they were looking for him so much," Fugaku said thoughtfully, not even looking at Sasuke. He seemed to be talking to anyone but her. "Sasuke, will you go?" Mikoto asked while her husband was going outside. I think Thora will feel better if there are friends around. Mom, I'll come by tomorrow, okay? Mikoto smiled gently and left the house. The conspiracy that Danzo was talking about did not exist and could not exist. Because my father was often at home, went out only to the police and on assignments from the Hokage himself. Nothing secret was happening around. If there was something like that, Sasuke would know for sure, because she spends whole days within the domain of the Uchiha clan and checks everything to the smallest detail. She knows almost all the people now. Many of them were familiar to her from her distant childhood, but there were also those whom she had never seen before. And Tora was one of them. Parents believed that they were friends with Tora. After all, they were from the same clan and studied together for a long time. But in fact, even when they met, they exchanged common phrases for decency and did not talk much anymore. This boy was taciturn and somewhat sullen. But Sakurai said something about the fact that he had not behaved like this before. A couple of months before the genin exam, he somehow became quiet and irritable. Therefore, the guys avoided him. Now it became clear why. After all, somewhere at that time, Shin, his older brother, who also served in the route of the ANBU along with Shisui and Itachi, disappeared. It was said that his Sharingan was very strong, the same as Shisui's. Itachi, of course, did not go into details, but it was clear that he was talking about Mangek, and the nine-tailed can only be controlled with it. Somehow nothing matches. The girl growled irritably and, tired of cutting circles around the room, went to the bathroom to take a cold, or even better, an ice shower. By the time Naruto reached the hospital, it was quite late. But he still found his brother and, to his surprise, Sakurai in the ward. They were talking sleepily about something, lying across the bed so that their legs hung down, and a view of the nasty white, lifeless ceiling opened before their eyes. But, as soon as Naruto came in, they fell silent and looked at him, rising on their elbows. Well, you talk, the blonde waved his hand, passing inside. You've already interrupted us, little one, my brother grunted with displeasure, getting up from the bed. Sakurai did not honor his partner with such an honor and lay down again, closing his eyes. Little one. Haruno mimicked. It was clear that now this pink-haired man would often use this address in relation to him. Well, you know, you're younger, Menma chuckled, and, grabbing a shirt stained with blood from the bedside table, which, by the way, was also torn, threw it over his shoulder and looked at the boys. Are you coming? Let's go to Mom's. It won't work, little one, the elder interrupted him, opening the door and letting his brother pass ahead. She is seriously guarded. They didn't let me in, I went 3 times. But the chakra is already stable, there were no more bursts. She's fine. Naruto frowned and looked at the guy. His face was clearly tired and annoyed. Menma always looked like this when things didn't go the way he wanted. He really wasn't allowed to see his mother. The blonde man smiled encouragingly at him as he walked outside. Sakurai got up and stomped to the exit, the elder Namikaze said, almost perfectly copying the commanding tone of Anko-sensei. There is, the pink-haired man replied dejectedly and, slowly getting up, trudged in the indicated direction. With Sakurai, the brothers separated halfway through, and only when they came home, they remembered that only half of the house remained. The other one was just rubbish. After stopping, pausing for a while and looking at each other, they exhaled heavily. In principle, only the walls of the kitchen were blown away, the rest remained intact and, one might say, unharmed. The entrance to the house was littered with stones, cement and sawdust, so they entered through the window into Naruto's room, which, by the way, was the only one open and was located on the 2nd floor. And then, only thanks to the inattention of the blonde, to which in this situation Menma, no matter how much he wanted, could not find fault. Once inside, they looked around. There were no pogroms on the 2nd floor and, in particular, in Naruto's room. However, Menma's room, which was directly above the kitchen, was demolished and faced directly onto the street. The parents' room and the bathroom on the ground floor also remained intact, and, unfortunately, one wall was not observed in the living room after spreading the futons in the younger's room, which looked stronger than the others and was the furthest from the pogrom. They fought a little for a shower, took care of their mother, got mad at their father and finally went to bed. Only now, the dream, which, it would seem, should have been immediately covered with a head thanks to a rather busy day, did not come. And looking at the ceiling is, of course, an interesting thing, but it doesn't make sense that Naruto, Uzumaki mumbled, starting to turn around under the blanket, trying to turn to his brother. This rustling irritated the guy quite seriously, and he decided to cover it with at least words. What the hell was that today? Naruto froze. Even though it was a damn uncomfortable position, he couldn't bring himself to move. The body just went numb. Fuck, I didn't think he'd remember. Well, yes, he's a sclerotic, where does he go? Kurama muttered and, Naruto was ready to swear, rolled his eyes. He blacked out when you went outside. He couldn't see you. I'm not stupid, to let you out in front of him. He wasn't conscious, that's for sure. You're not stupid, not exactly, Yokai said thoughtfully, and Naruto realized that the silence had dragged on, and finally found the strength to exhale and look at his brother. What exactly are you talking about? Oh, let's think about it, he replied sarcastically and threw the blanket aside, getting to his feet. He started walking around the room irritably and counting off his fingers, listing strange chakra, high-ranking shields and techniques. No, Naruto, you can't pretend to be a fool. I'll have to explain everything to you. Naruto was silent for a while. There was no time left to get hysterical, and therefore he seriously thought about it. After all, to split up here, now, in front of Menma, was the height of some impenetrable stupidity. He and Sasuke have not yet decided whether they will pretend to the bitter end or still confess. But, since quite a lot of time has passed since their appearance, or rather, almost a month and a half, it was somehow a little late to reveal your cards. Promise you won't tell anyone, Uzumaki began seriously. Kurama got all up inside and started screaming, trying to drive at least a drop of common sense into Naruto's brain, but it seems they decided to ignore him. It depends on what you say, the guy replied, sitting down in front of the blonde, crossing his legs and putting his hands on his knees. But Naruto was staring blankly at him and clearly wasn't going to open his mouth until his condition was met. Okay. I promise. Well, I found a scroll of seals in my father's office, and borrowed it for a while, making a guilty tone, informed Naruto. For a very long time, Menma burned through him with a slightly dazed look. To borrow, literally steal, a scroll with rather dangerous techniques from the most guarded place in the whole village, although, knowing by himself, Menma assumed that Yondame's son was not particularly followed. Firstly, he is small and does not cause much suspicion, and secondly, as already mentioned above, he is the son of the Hokage, and this is the main reason why they did not look after him much, believing that he came just to visit his father. Needless to say, Menma himself sometimes enjoyed the small privileges that his father's position gave him, but now the conversation was not about childishness. I just wanted to learn the techniques with which I can pass the Genin exam. I really put everything back in place. Junior waved his hands. And you want to say that you could learn them so easily? The guy asked skeptically, to which Naruto smiled smugly and, lifting his chin high, looked at him. Menma rolled his eyes. Well, they helped me a little. Who? Sasuke. I guess he didn't see what Sasuke did. But just in case, I'll say that she also looked at a few techniques. And if Menma suddenly tells her father, then I will not be the only one to take the punishment. And you humbly consider yourself his best friend. And by the way, you started talking about Sasuke in the feminine gender. This is the very first time. Kurama flashed his attentiveness and chuckled. It's about time. He himself is already talking about himself as a girl. What kind of nonsense? Did you decide to sing with her after a week in the hospital? And I would like to remind you that you personally got there thanks to her. Yes, I am grateful to her too. I've rethought my life. Menma managed to ask him with one glance if Uchiha had hit him again with some blunt objects. You know, it's pretty insulting to be in the hospital after being beaten by some girl. I thought you didn't get it. And, of course, you decided to ask her for help in stealing a specially protected scroll and learn forbidden techniques for a couple. We didn't steal. We borrowed it. Kami-sama, the young man moaned, clutching his hair. The fact that his brother returned the scroll back did not absolve him of responsibility, but is it possible to argue with Naruto? At least he showed me, or something. Naruto laughed softly, catching the barely audible notes of resentment in his voice, but abruptly slammed shut when he met the stern gaze of dark blue eyes. And the chakra? Kurama, could Mom's chakra have been transmitted to me a little? Yeah. It, like the chakra of the host, circulates through the channels of the Jinchuriki. Well, of course, while the yokai is sealed, this chakra is very small. And so, theoretically, it would not have passed on to you. But during pregnancy and childbirth, the seal weakens. And I do not know about the chakra. What's wrong with her? The boy blinked uncomprehendingly, realizing again that the silence had dragged on a bit. Menma frowned at him. He looked at it for a long time and suspiciously, but it seems that in the end he believed that he didn't have enough brains to understand that his chakra was quite different from the chakras of other shinobi. At least by color. And by the way, the nine-tailed chakra also flows in the Menma, it's just that there is less of it in it than in a real Jinchuriki. I can feel her. Only now, he himself is not, because he has never spent the entire supply of his chakra so that the demonic one is released. Thus, he will never learn to control it. Although, in principle, after I hid yours, you have almost the same amount of it. Nothing special, he muttered and finally lay down again, covering his head with a blanket and turning his back to his brother. Naruto also lay down and again began to study the ceiling in detail. He lay there for quite a long time, not moving, because he was afraid that he might wake the elder with a rustle of the blanket. And he is quite nervous today, which, by the way, is not surprising after recent events. Don't do that anymore. Naruto asked in surprise, not at all expecting to hear even a sound in this ringing silence. Don't get into trouble. Well, if I hadn't done that, you would definitely look worse now, Naruto grinned. But, of course, he understood that this was not the point at all. I won't, don't worry. No one cares, idiot. Naruto smiled softly into the pillow. Perhaps he would have been able to fall asleep, even though there was no sleep in one eye yet, if Uchiha, who literally came out of the ground, did not start to slow him down quietly, trying to draw attention to herself. Naruto would have been outraged if his brother hadn't been lying next to him, and he would have been showered with questions if it hadn't been for the burning Sharingan's opposite, who spoke more than any words. It was clear that the matter was urgent. That's the end of it.